Order, please rise for Mayor Michael Fougere.
Please be seated, everyone. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the May 29th meeting of City Council. If I have a motion to adopt the agenda.
I'll move the agenda at the call of the chair.
Councillor Bryce, thank you very much. A seconder? Councillor, yes, okay. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. We have minutes from three meetings. We're looking at April 10th, April 18th, April 24th. A motion for that, please. Councillor Hawkins, a seconder. Councillor Brasciani. Any discussions, errors, omissions on the three sets of minutes? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. We'll move right into our meeting then with the delegations, public hearing bylaws, and related reports. We have the first delegation, Mr. Gord Scraper. You can identify yourself and who you're with. For the record, you have 5 minutes to make your presentation, and there may be questions of members of council afterwards.
Mr. Worship, the Mayor, members of council, my name is Gord Scraper. I'm with Capital Crossing Advisors, overseeing the development of the Capital Crossing lands on behalf of the owner, Cornerstone Holdings. With me is Wayne Freeman of Cushing Terrell Architects. They're the project architects and engineers of record. We're very pleased to be here. It has been a robust process leading to the Regina Planning Commission approval recommendations before you. And we're here to answer any questions you may have in this respect. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there questions of the delegation? Councillor Flagel.
Thanks, and thanks for coming forward. And yes, finally, you're right. It's been a long process, and I just have a couple of questions regarding some of the road work that's proposed in this development, besides all the other stuff that's going to come forward with concept plans and the like. But your responsibility is to connect Argyle Street to Rochdale Boulevard. First off, where is that at?
There's a pipeline crossing that we are in the process of finalizing the crossing agreements with, and that will be done in the next 30 days. We've paved both sides of the crossing, so that's a short job to complete. And if you go to the intersection at Rochdale and Argyle, you'll see that the south portion is complete. And we will start on the north portion immediately, and our plan is to take it through to Big Bear in July-August timeframe.
Okay, thanks. Thank you. And through you, and now also in the proposed, we talked about at Planning Commission, was the moving of, once you get to the end of Argyle Street, pushing it west, connecting Big Bear to actually Big Bear, I guess would be the other. And then that road would then directly go on to Pasco Street, which part of Big Bear is built between yourselves and the city, but taking it from Argyle Street to Vanstone would be something that you would do this year if all went through?
Yes, the concept plan that's been through the mayor, the concept plan that's being approved is being governed by two servicing agreements, and so the first servicing agreement potentially expires the end of this year. So we need to make sure we stay on side with that servicing agreement. Time permitting, weather permitting, we could go to and get Big Bear done. Now, we are in discussions with city administration, and it looks like there's a way that we can ensure that we stay on side with the first servicing agreement and proceed with Big Bear following Argyle Street.
Good. Thank you. One other thing, and I know this is all about the land and everything, but can you give us a snippet as to what kind of stuff you're looking to put into this chunk of land from the pipeline to Rochdale, east and west of Argyle Street?
South of Rochdale and west of Argyle Street is 20 developable acres right adjacent to Walmart shopping center, and we're looking to develop an extension essentially of that center with a junior box row running along adjacent to Walmart, and then with CRU smaller retail units on Rochdale, similar to what's there right now on the existing shopping center. North of Rochdale will be a mixed-use development. It will combine, it will look to fulfill the live, work, play, shop mantra that you often hear. It's a unique opportunity to create a mixed-use development and blend in residential with retail uses and some other work occupations. We think there could be some service retail, medical, dental, small office space maybe.
Thank you. And west of Argyle, or east of Argyle Street?
So east of Argyle Street, we have a Main Street zoning before you, and there is an opportunity to secure seniors housing, assisted seniors housing, and I believe there will be a delegation coming forward with that in the near future. And then we expect that type of use may draw independent seniors living as well. So we're hoping to get a good blend in being attractive to a wide age group in the city.
And that should be, the seniors, if I could, is in the next 3 to 6 months?
Yes.
Okay.
They will be before you. I would expect groundbreaking in the spring, if not sooner. That's on their schedule, and that, of course, is pending the
Planning and
planning
administration.
today.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Flagel. Councillor O'Donnell.
Evening, gentlemen. Thanks for being here. Could you just describe for council why you're here today? Purchase of land and so on.
So, as you know, at the Ring Road at Argyle Street, there's significant infrastructure. You've got an off-ramp and an overpass there, and it's being dead-ended at Sangster Boulevard, long overdue according to some Regina Northwest residents. Key part of the initial concept plan that was approved back in May of 2015 was to extend Argyle Street through to Rochdale Boulevard, and we were going to take it to our property line. What brings us here today is that when we were looking at that concept plan, we saw that if you ran Big Bear straight west, we were only 66 meters away from not dead-ending Argyle Street at the property line and continuing it through to Big Bear. And so we started discussions with the city about the possibility of acquiring that 66-meter strip to facilitate the extension of Argyle Street and Big Bear, and we think that really is of good benefit to the city when you look at the Hawkstone development and the lands west of Pasqua Street in Lake Ridge and Twin Lakes. There's 18,000 people there that this provides two new going home routes to.
I appreciate that. A good description, by the way, as well. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. Other questions of the delegation? Thank you so much. You can return to the gallery. We now look at Report 17-46, which is a concept plan amendment application for the Capital Crossing. Councillor O'Donnell.
I'll move this. If I get a second, I'll speak to it.
Second. Okay. Councillor Flagel.
Thanks very much. I'm going to do an amendment first, if you don't mind. There was a description of the property that was not accurate. It has been amended within the document that you have before you. It is Appendix A1 and A2. It's just a number or a change. So if I get a seconder.
Seconder for that, please.
And again, this is a correction just to make sure it's legal.
Okay. On the amendment, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Councillor O'Donnell, continue.
Thanks for that. I think you heard a very good description from the proponent, our delegation, as to why we do this. This is a benefit to the area. This was a strip of land. And then if you look what's before you, of course, you'll see that there's been some changes. I'm going to note the phrase up there, Main Street. When Rochdale was first developed a long time ago on the to the west, that was a concept that was brought forward in Main Street. So you have commercial on one side with residential in behind. You can see that's extended. That was what Rochdale was meant to be. We saw this as being excellent. Seek concurrence, please.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. Councillor Flagel.
Thanks. Yeah, a long time coming, and I appreciate the delegation and Capital Crossing people that have worked hard on this, as well as administration, because we had this all approved. They bought some land. We had to go back through the approval process. But what this is going to do to Northwest Regina and Argyle Park and Hawkstone is give them a second access, a safety access. There was an accident at one point where they blocked off one of the inroads to Argyle Park, which only left them one other, and if that would have been, for whatever reason, a car accident or ambulances and that was one of the biggest reasons. The push to get Argyle Street through to Rochdale has been a long fight, and through Enbridge and doing all their due diligence and everything, it's finally coming to fruition. Because we know when we're dealing with the pipeline, it's dot the I's, cross the T's 10 times, and we appreciate that because that's all about public safety. The road network that's going to run north on Argyle Street and then connect over to Big Bear, taking you out to Pasco, is going to take some of the pressure off of Rochdale and Pasco Street, as it's a big issue right now. And Councillor O'Donnell mentioned the Main Street development. That whole area of Rochdale, right actually to Albert Street, was supposed to happen as a total Main Street concept, but that got squashed about 6-7 years ago. So anyway, about the rest of the development, we're hearing talking about senior housing, 1 and 2 care, level cares, different office spaces, restaurants, stores, shops, parks possibly. We'll see how that all works out. Gas bars, all these other types of things are things that are needed in this area, but the road network needs to be done first. So what I'm going to just make sure and ask is, Mr. Scraper said that the availability of doing Big Bear within this year, are we going to have any stall problems or anything that's going to cause that not to happen?
Ms. Harlock.
Through you, Your Worship, we're working with the developer, and as Mr. Scraper indicated, it is the plan to try and get a completion for this year.
Okay, perfect. That's great. That's what I wanted to hear, because that is the key right now for the Northwest people to get that extra access in and out of there. So I'll be in full support, and I hope I can get that from my colleagues as well.
Thank you, Councillor Flagel. Other discussion on the report? Call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Move on to our next delegation. And this relates to repeal of the municipal heritage bylaw. Shayna Stock. Ms. Stock, if you could identify yourself, who you represent. You have 5 minutes for your presentation, and members of council may have questions of you afterwards.
My name is Shayna Stock, and I'm here on behalf of the Heritage Community Association and its Board of Directors. I want to express, on behalf of the organization, our sadness and frustration at the long-term neglect and ultimate loss of the Travelers Building, and to call on the city to review its heritage policies and practices to prevent the loss of other valuable architectural history. As the organization that serves the residents and businesses of one of Regina's oldest neighborhoods, the Heritage Community Association deeply values physical heritage and the cultural and social histories that many old buildings hold. The building that we call home, the old No. 1 Fire Hall, is a great example of the benefits of adaptive reuse of heritage buildings. Today, it is one of the most architecturally interesting buildings in the city. A local landmark, it helps to nurture a sense of place and provides quality office space to the Community Association, Mobile Crisis Services, and City of Regina employees. Built using the foundation, basement, and some of the walls of the old Market building, the Fire Hall tells the history of Old Market Square, which was located on our block in the early 20th century. Just like the Travelers Building held stories of the people who frequented the Arcadia Ballroom and Dance Studio, the Saskatchewan Motor Club, and the bus depot that once lived within its walls. Residents of our neighborhood demonstrated how integral heritage is to our community's identity when they voted in 2008 to change the neighborhood's name from Core to Heritage. Heritage was far and away the top choice among a list of 4 options. Our residents value heritage because they know that it contributes to a vibrant, culturally rich community. The Core Neighborhood Sustainability Action Plan, developed through broad-based community consultation and endorsed by City Council in 2012, identifies heritage preservation as a priority. And the official community plan highlights the importance of embracing built heritage on a number of occasions, including acknowledging heritage as critical to residents' sense of place. In theory, it seems like the city agrees that heritage is valuable. In practice, however, it is clear that there is a flaw in the city's current heritage policies and/or practices, evidenced by the long-term neglect and decay of properties like the Travelers Building. For many members of the heritage neighborhood and other Regina residents, this is painfully frustrating. We are aware that some buildings have lifespans, and a certain amount of decay and regrowth is normal and natural in urban landscapes. But what is the purpose of heritage designation if not for the preservation of some of our unique historic buildings? Heritage designation failed in the case of the Travelers Building. We are concerned that the same may happen for other heritage properties. There are a number of buildings in our neighborhood on the Heritage Holding Bylaw list, which states that these properties are protected against demolition or significant change under a 60-day holding period. We want to be able to believe that the city can uphold this promise. We don't have to look far to find potential solutions. There are plenty of cities in Canada, including Saskatoon, that are doing a far better job at heritage preservation. The Core Neighbourhood Sustainability Action Plan recommends architectural controls to preserve the character and heritage of older buildings in the neighbourhood. It also advocates for incentives to property owners for the adaptive reuse of buildings. We agree that stronger incentives and support for owners of heritage properties are needed in order to prevent long-term neglect, decay, and ultimate loss of heritage buildings. The official community plan in its section on the city centre promises guidelines and regulations for heritage conservation, architecture, urban design, placemaking, and neighbourhood identity. I am not here to oppose the removal of heritage status from the Travelers Building. There is sadly nothing left of that heritage. But as you remove the status, we urge City Councillors, the Regina Planning Commission, and City Administration to reflect on the loss that this presents. We hope that the City can learn from the demise of the Travelers Building and review its heritage policies, research best practices in other cities, and do better at preserving Regina's architectural heritage. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much for your presentation. We'll see if there's questions from members of council. Councillor Massanelli.
Through you, Your Chair. I was just wondering if there's any suggestions you could give us to not go down this road again with the heritage building. I've seen the building fall apart over the years. And I do have appreciation for architecture. What are some of the things we could do if we reviewed our policies that you might be familiar with?
Well, I'm not an expert on policies, but I think there are examples in other cities that should be researched. I know that one of the barriers to maintaining heritage buildings is cost, and I think there may be some things to look at in terms of financial support or incentives for building owners so that cost doesn't prohibit them from maintaining a property and result in long-term neglect like we saw with the Travelers Building. Yeah, I don't have specific suggestions, but I think it would be really wise to look into what other cities are doing in terms of maintaining their heritage and learn from that.
Thank you, Councillor Massanelli. Other questions? Thank you so much. You can return to the gallery, and we'll look at the Planning Commission report on the removing the heritage property from the bylaw on the Travelers Building. Councillor O'Donnell.
Thanks. I'll move the repeal on Travelers Building, which is located at 1833 to 1843 Broad Street.
Second for that, please. Councillor Young.
Thanks. I think that the delegation expressed a view that we probably all have, that it's a sad circumstance. The fire occurred back in March. The building is down, and the fire department had to move quickly because it was an unsafe circumstance. What you're being asked to today is to repeal the designation that's on there. The building will be coming down, and I'm not sure what else to tell you. It doesn't exist anymore. So, concurrence, please.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. Councillor Bryce.
Thank you. Just because the question was asked, I'm going to ask administration through you, Your Worship. So have we researched what other cities are doing with their heritage designations?
Ms. Harlack.
To Your Worship, we have some information on what others are doing. We are doing a heritage review. As you know, with the revised budget, the scope has been taken to a smaller scope with respect to just looking at ways in which buildings are added and removed from the heritage holding bylaw. We do have our new heritage bylaw program, the heritage incentive program that helps buildings or property owners encourage them to designate their buildings. So through our review over the next few years, we will be looking at heritage programs and what to bring forward towards council. But with the revised budget, we are focusing on the heritage holding bylaw.
Thank you for that. I just want my point of view presented as well. I think once we lose buildings like this, there's no opportunity to get them back. So we do have to cherish what we have and make sure that we do have some protection for them for future generations to know a bit about our history, a bit about what they did back in the day, as my daughter would say. But because once you lose them, they're gone. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Bryce. Councilor Stevens.
Thank you. I was wondering if administration could walk us through, in short, what obligations an owner of a designated heritage building has. When they buy this building, what are their responsibilities, and what is the role of the city in ensuring that those responsibilities are upheld?
Ms. Hawrelak?
Through you, Your Worship, I'll start, and I might turn it over to Ms. Folk. But it is the responsibility of the landowner, the property owner, to maintain the building. Once it becomes a heritage building such as this, it actually falls under the Heritage Property Act. So in this case, we were working with the property owner, and we do use our community standards bylaw in order to enforce maintenance of the property. So the process would be is that we would issue actions and work through the process, but we have to work through the process within the Heritage Property Act. And there is provisions contained within the Act to issue orders, but there is also objection processes and those sorts of things for those landowners.
Thank you.
I don't know if Ms. Folk has any, no? Okay.
So to that point, there is responsibility mostly on the shoulders of the property owner. When this building tragically burnt down, and Shana Stock had pointed this out, there had been a lot of neglect. And residents were pointing out since the 1970s this building had been left to deteriorate. Rumor has it in recent years the windows were deliberately left open to allow the elements to erode it further. It became probably the home to 90% of Regina's pigeons, which I hear about all the time, nowhere for them to live anymore. Why wasn't this owner held to account more effectively? We have legislation, we have bylaws, we have enforcement. There's zero indication that anything was brought to bear upon the owner of this establishment.
Ms. Hawrelak?
Through you, Your Worship, we were working with the property owner, and there was actions, and we were working through the process to look at how to rectify the building and bring it back. So it's not that the city wasn't trying to get the building up to standards. We were working through the processes to get the property owner to rehabilitate the building. Mr. Searle, do you have anything else to add about the process?
Mr. Searle?
Your Worship, nothing further to add.
I would like some detail here, because evidently what we have in place wasn't working. The fact of the matter was it was left to deteriorate, it fell apart. Where did the process fail, and what precisely do we need to look at going forward? I know there's a review in place. Is that necessary? What actually needs to be reviewed going forward when we're respecting built heritage?
Ms. Hawrelak?
Through you, Your Worship, I think as we move forward, we need to look at our processes with respect to the Community Standards Bylaw and the Act, and those are things that we will look at with respect to how to ensure that all the processes are in place. As I said, there is legislative timeframes which to get people to actually move forward with the process that we have to initiate, and then they have to move forward with doing the rehabilitation. As I said, there's appeal processes. So I think it's understanding that whole process and working within the parameters and seeing what additional things we could add to the Community Standards Bylaw.
And currently, what are the consequences for the owner for not maintaining the property in accordance with the legislation, bylaws, and other regulations?
Ms. Hawrelak?
Through Your Worship, so if an order is issued, it must be provided to the owner and then 90 days to comply. If the owner doesn't comply within those time limits, the council, we may perform the repairs ourselves, and that would be at the cost of the municipality, and then those costs would be incurred by the municipality, would then be put on the interest on title to the property. So there is a whole process involved with respect to getting repairs done.
And in terms of the financial cost there, was the owner of the building ever required to pay compensation to the city, fines, and so on?
Ms. Hawrelak?
Through Your Worship, I don't have that information. I'm not sure if Mr. Searle has that. It would have been an enforcement action.
Mr. Searle?
Your Worship, I'm not aware of that information. As Ms. Hawrelak indicated, there has been communication with the property owner over the years with respect to the building, and we have
worked with them and engaged with them on what their intentions were for the site and possible remedial action going forward. So certainly those discussions had been ongoing, and as recently as late February before the fire event at the property.
And final question here, now that the neglect has resulted in the destruction of a building because of fire and abandonment, can we pursue this further, and can they then be held accountable for what is ultimately the destruction of this heritage property, not just damage?
Ms. Harlock?
Through your worship, I'd have to defer that to our city solicitor.
Mr. Rury?
Your worship, there are enforcement provisions and offenses under the Heritage Property Act. I'm not in a position tonight to offer an opinion to council on whether we would proceed with enforcement in this particular case.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Councillor Flagel.
Thanks. A couple of things that just don't quite set well with, especially on this building. In the developer's process, we go through and they do a plan, a development plan, and if they don't do something within 2 years, it stops, and they have to reapply. Is this correct?
Ms. Harlock?
Through your worship, it depends on the process. If it's a development permit and nothing takes place, and then we have building provisions also.
So in a developer world, we continually work and go after these guys every 2 years if they don't do anything. Once they've got the plan in place, they can take forever. I guess what I'm getting at is that we have pretty strict rules for development, and the first delegation that was here tonight, all we did was we bought a little more land, and we had to redo the whole concept plan, redo the whole change, bring it all forward, delay his process 6 months to a year. He's finally back here, and we're talking about 7 acres of land. This situation, we're just willy-nilly kind of doing things and getting it done, not really. And it's a heritage property that's been around for years and years as a dilapidated building, and now we're just saying we're kind of working with it. I guess what I'm getting at is we need some more teeth, and can we do something tonight or bring something back that's going to say, hey, if you have a heritage property and it's not looked after and it's not cleaned up and inhabitable in 0 to 3 years, we got to do something about it, and I don't know what that is, but I'm just saying we need to be a little bit stronger, because I was just in Victoria, and I'm telling you, they've got it going with their heritage properties, and all their buildings are just sparkling, shining. Downtown is phenomenal. I think they've got it, the ship is sailing right there, and maybe we need to talk to some other cities to find out what they're doing with all their heritage properties, because I think this is a travesty that it was not looked after properly. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Flagel. Just to note, of course, we're doing a review of the bylaw. And with respect to this particular site, the solicitor has said that you really can't comment on that tonight, but there may be some discussions very quickly on what that would look like. So, Councillor Murray.
Through your worship, I'll be very brief. It's just, do we have the ability to tighten up any of these appeal processes or timelines? It sounds like in this case, that's kind of what had let this happen. Do we have the legislative ability? This is probably for the city solicitor. Thanks.
Ms. Harlock?
Through your worship, I'll start and then I might defer. Our processes, we are governed because it is a heritage under the Heritage Act, so we have to follow those processes. As I indicated, this does fall under, we were following our processes with respect to our Property Act, and I think that's something that we can always look at. It's an area that we do have processes in place. Ms. Lai can talk to the processes upon which the bylaw enforcement actions would take place. But in this case, we will look at all of our opportunities for improvement so that in the future this wouldn't happen again.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Murray. Other Councillor Massanelli.
Through your Mayor. Looking at the shape of the building, I have a hard time imagining it was an insured property. I understand that we had a firefighter called out there, which would have been an expense to the city, and the destruction of the building. Is the city responsible for the firefighting and cleaning up of this building after it was left derelict for all these years? Or is that a cost that goes on to the owner?
Mr. Onrait?
Through your worship, so the actual cleanup of the building, there is insurance, so that will cover that portion. I'll ask Chief Jackson to comment about the actual firefighting itself.
Thank you.
Mr. Jackson, I'm not sure if you heard the question or not.
Yes, could you repeat the question again?
Councilor Massanelli?
I was asking if the cleanup and the firefighting costs incurred at the building was covered by the city, or if the insurance on the building covered the cost.
So the firefighting cost is covered by the city. Firefighting is the chargeback of firefighting services within the city is that doesn't happen. But the cost of the cleanup was the insurance.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Massanelli. Anyone else? Councilor Brasciani?
Thank you, Your Worship. I, too, find it very sad that we are losing our heritage buildings. But I do have one question. We've talked a little bit about communication. And so does that mean that we actually meet with the owners, or is it just written letters that go out, or what is the process with our communication if moving forward?
Ms. Hardlack?
Through your worship, just for clarification, with respect to properties that are already designated heritage, I just want to be clear on that question.
Example, I'd like to know with this one in particular, what was the communication strategy? Did we actually go out and meet with the owner and then moving forward?
Yeah.
Ms. Hardlack?
Through your worship, that's right. There was many meetings. As I said, there was enforcement action being taken on the property to try and rectify the situation. So as Mr. Searle indicated, there was a number of meetings with the property owner and city officials to get a plan in place to look at how the property could be restored and brought up to code. But unfortunately, those discussions, as Mr. Searle said, the earliest or last meeting was in February, and then in between that's when the fire happened. So there was active conversations being had between the city and the landowner, property owner, with respect to the state of the building, trying to get it to be rectified. Going forward, obviously, that's some of the work that we need to do with respect to our heritage program and getting information out there to heritage owners about their responsibilities. That is something that we know that it's on our work plan. And I think as we move forward with the heritage bylaw review that we will be doing, we'll have a lot of opportunity to get more information out there about owners' responsibilities with respect to their responsibilities as property owners and what the Act stipulates.
Thank you. And just one more question. So if I understand correctly, there will be some engagement moving forward with owners and stakeholders to ensure that we're working together to, I guess, improve the bylaw. Is that accurate?
Ms. Howlett?
Through you, Your Worship. So the thing with the Heritage program, the first thing is that we're focusing on is with respect to the Heritage Holding bylaw, because that was the crux of the issue about a year ago with respect to the glass house, how properties go on and off the Heritage Holding bylaw. The Act is pretty prescriptive of what we can do with once it is designated. So our focus and was approved through the budgeting process was we would focus on the holding bylaw. So there will be consultation with the owners that are on that bylaw and what program we do have in place. We do have an incentive program, as you know, so we'll get more of that information out to the public. And then the other parts of it will just be more about how we can improve our processes and ways to look at more education and whether or not if there's any more need for other programs to preserve our heritage.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Brasciani. Other speakers? I have a question to the administration related to the demolition, and I assume the demolition permit has been issued? Ms. Howard?
Through your worship, that's correct.
And so there's 60 days to clean the site up. Is that correct?
Through your worship, I'll pass that on to Ms. Folk.
Ms. Folk?
Through you, Your Worship, it's actually a 30-day
30
period, and the permit was issued on the 12th of May.
Good, thank you very much. No other speakers to the report. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. We have 2 bylaws. Councillor O'Donnell.
Thanks very much. The first one I'm going to read is 2017-22. It is a bylaw to repeal the designation of a municipal heritage property for the Travelers Building. This current discussion. The second one I'm going to read, and I'm going to lump them together, is 2017-24, Regina Zoning Amendment Bylaw 2017. This refers to Capital Crossing, which we dealt with a few minutes ago. I move, seconded by Councillor Hawkins, that bylaws number 2017-22 and 24 be introduced and read a first time.
Mr. Clerk.
Thank you, Your Worship. Council has completed its review of the associated reports and now will consider the following bylaws. 217-22, respecting the repeal of the municipal heritage designation of the Travelers Building, and 217-24, respecting proposed rezoning to allow for mixed use and commercial development in Northwest Regina. If there's anyone in the gallery this evening that would like to speak to council on either of these bylaws, I would ask that you indicate your interest at this time. There is no one, Your Worship.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. I'll call the vote on the first reading. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Councillor O'Donnell.
I move, seconded by Councillor Fundura, that bylaws number 2017-22 and 24 be read a second time.
Any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? It's carried.
I move, seconded by Councillor Bryce, that council hereby consents to bylaws 2017, 22, and 24 going to a third reading at this meeting.
All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried unanimously.
And finally, I move, seconded by Councillor Murray, that bylaws numbers 2017, 22, and 24 be read a third time.
All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Now we'll move on to delegations and communications and related reports. We have a communication from Gwen Lydiat and Nick Halliwell. This is for questions only. So this is for Healing Hearts Ministry. If there's any questions of the delegation, we can bring them forward. This is very straightforward. So they're off the hook. Can I have a motion to receive the communication? Councillor Seconder, Councillor Young. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Finance and Administration report on the sale of property to the Healing Hearts. Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you, Your Worship. This is a fairly straightforward matter. On behalf of the Finance and Administration Committee, I move the following recommendation. One, that the sale of the City of Regina-owned subject property to the Healing Hearts Ministries, Inc. be approved, consistent with the terms and conditions stated in the body of this report. Two, that the administration be authorized to finalize any other commercially relevant terms and conditions of the sale documents. And three, that the city clerk be authorized to execute the sales agreement documents as prepared by the city solicitor. Your Worship, if I can get a seconder, I will then move.
Councillor Massanelli.
Thank you very much. I'll then move 2 very small changes to page 3 as an amendment. So going to page 3 of the material before you, third line down, that the terms and conditions of the proposed lease agreement, that should read that the terms and conditions of the proposed sale agreement. And going down further on that page to financial implications, if the recommendations in this report are approved, the property will, and the word should be, go on the tax roll in the place of become taxable. I move that as those changes as an amendment.
Can I have a seconder for the amendment? Councillor O'Donnell. Any discussion on the amendment? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you, Your Worship. This matter is fairly straightforward. What we have here is an orphan piece of 2 strips of land that has no marketable, that in its current state, the highest and best use would be for it to be sold to the Helping Hearts Ministry. It has no commercial value and has no alternate use that's foreseeable. So on that basis, I'd move that this sale be approved.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Debate on the report. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Move on to our next delegation. This is with respect to the annual report and public accounts. Chad Novak. Mr. Novak, you're familiar with the proceedings. 5 minutes for your presentation, please, and identify yourself, who you represent, and there may be questions afterwards.
Thank you. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Chad Novak, and I'm here representing the Saskatchewan Taxpayers Advocacy Group, which is a grassroots organization proudly standing up for the rights of individual taxpayers. I'm here to address the 2016 annual report and public accounts. Right off the top, I want to make it very clear that I respect the work that all of the finance team puts into these reports, and I am by no means trying to take anything away from their contributions over the past year. I am confident that we have a highly skilled and trained staff throughout the City of Regina, but that does not make their work immune to public criticism, as the case may be. Also, due to the very limited 5 minutes that you allow for delegations, I will barely be able to touch on the surface of this report, and I invite anyone to visit chadforregina.com for more information. Something that I am very proud to be responsible for is ensuring that our city provides fair and equitable treatment to all taxpayers of Regina. I'm also looked towards for translating some of the more often complex municipal issues and reports that come out. I know that this is what city councilors are supposed to be for, but for a variety of reasons, many residents choose to come to me instead. As I have done in previous years, I feel that I must once again ask for further clarification from administration as to what the exact operating surplus was for 2016. Throughout these reports, I have found at least 3 different figures that could easily be interpreted by residents as the true 2016 surplus. If I, as an accountant, am having difficulties differentiating between these, I'm sure you can appreciate that the average resident out there would have their heads spinning by looking at all of these different figures. The taxpayers of Regina put a significant amount of trust into these reports, and more importantly, what you as councillors are able to translate to them in layman's terms. I would like to issue an open challenge here tonight to every councillor in attendance without asking the administration, and other than the statement in the summary. Can you personally identify what the actual operating surplus is and where it is located just by reading this report? Or more importantly, how it relates to the bottom line when challenged by a taxpayer as to how it might impact their property taxes. Now, I note that in February of this year, when challenged by council, the chief financial officer went on the record and told us that the anticipated surplus for 2016 was $9.8 million. And yet now, we are being told that it is only $3.2 million. Now, I imagine this is as a result of reallocating money to and from reserves, but I'm curious if administration can explain exactly why there is such a huge discrepancy between February and today. After all, $6.6 million is a lot of our hard-earned tax dollars that seems to have just disappeared overnight with no public explanation to date. Now, given the tight financial situation that we are continually being told that we are in, this is extremely concerning to me, as I'm told, or as I'm sure it is to anyone else watching this meeting this evening. Further, given that every single penny of whatever the true surplus ends up being is effectively money that you've overcharged residents year after year after year, totaling $72 million since 2005. Now, why do you continue to come back to residents and tell them that you need even more money from them? Given that we have projected surpluses in the $100 million range for our utilities with no long-term plans to deplete it in any meaningful way, how can you possibly go back to residents every single year with a clear conscience and tell them that you need to raise their water rates even further? At the end of the day, these reports ought to be presented in a fashion that the average resident can easily identify how their money was being spent. While I appreciate that you have a certain standard to abide by for generally accepted accounting principles, there is no reason why you cannot present summary statements in a way that simply show people budget to actual and surpluses and reserves. Simple, straightforward, and transparent. I want to thank you once again for your time this evening, and I will gladly answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Novak. Are there questions of the delegation? There are none. You can return to the gallery, and I'll turn this over to Councillor Hawkins for the annual report and public accounts for 2016.
Thank you, Your Worship. On behalf of the Finance and Administration Committee, I move before Council acceptance of the 2016 City of Regina Annual Report and the 2016 Public Accounts to be approved by City Council.
Thank you. And I have a second for that, please. Councillor Flagel, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just might ask the administration if you can clarify the situation for the public and for ourselves about what the operating surplus is, and what happens to an operating surplus, and why we have an operating surplus.
Mr. Ray.
Your Worship, members of City Council, thank you. So the surplus numbers at the City of Regina are, it's certainly complex. It's a large organization that we manage, and it includes any number of related entities. So I'll try to explain it as briefly as possible. The financial statements before you are presented on a consolidated basis. So that includes what we think of as the city proper, but other organizations such as Regina Public Library, Economic Development Regina, Regina Downtown Business Improvement District, the Warehouse Improvement District, Riel, or the Exhibition Association, and Buffalo Pound. Firstly, I want to assure Council that there are no discrepancies and no funds have disappeared. Page 97, 98, and 119 of the accumulated present the accumulated surplus for the City of Regina, some $1.97 billion. And that's what would be known in the private sector as the balance sheet, the income statement, and statement of equities. This includes everything for the consolidated entity, including the capital assets, tangible capital assets, and after entries for public sector accounting related to consolidations and eliminations. The city operates a good number of lines of business: police, fire, solid waste, golf, roadways, and so on. The general operating surplus for the city is $3.2 million, and this is the amount transferred to the General Reserve Fund at the end of the year, as defined by city bylaws. This surplus is mainly the result of unanticipated revenues, such as gains on the sale of bonds and receipt of a dividend from the Workers' Compensation Board. The difference between the $9.8 million projected surplus that was discussed in February and the year-end financial audit surplus is due to the completion of a number of year-end entries and finalization of information, and includes such things as a provision for bargaining agreements that were settled in 2017 but were retroactive to 2016. There's also a number of transfers to reserves. There's capital expenditures that were made throughout the city organization, as well as some provisions that aren't done until after year end. So any number of adjustments. The biggest item, though, is certainly in the area of capital, but that's ultimately what gets us down to a surplus number for the general fund, General Reserve Fund. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ray.
Thank you, Your Worship. I might follow up with two further questions on this. I just want to confirm my understanding. When you make up a budget, you make it up in a year in advance, and it's inevitably an estimate. Is that correct?
Mr. Ray?
Yes, very much so. That is correct.
So a surplus arises because even though all care possible is taken in making the estimate, when you eventually get your actuals in, much like the way you run your household, you eventually get the actuals in, you may be a little bit off. Is that correct on the estimate?
Mr. Ray?
Through you, Mr. Chair. Yes. So the roughly speaking, the net operation is $450 million. So a capital surplus of any 3, as it ended up being, 10, as was close to an early prediction. Those are very small numbers in relation to the size of the budget. And yes, it is created a year in advance, and it's based on any number of estimates related to the activities that the city undertakes.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. I think the explanation shows how precise and how sound our budgeting estimations are in the city, and I appreciate that fact. I simply want to mention to Council, as was mentioned, what you have here before you is the annual report, the consolidated financial statements, and the consolidated financial statements include not just the city's financial statements, but those of its related organizations, as Mr. Ray mentioned, the Regina Police Service, the Exhibition Association, Buffalo Pound, Economic Development, Regina Downtown Business District, Warehouse District. So all of that information is there. There is a wealth of information in the public counts and the consolidated financial statements. The Finance and Administration Committee reviewed these. They were satisfied not only that everything was in order, but we were very pleased that the auditors gave the city a clean recommendation, a completely clean recommendation on the accounts. This is a very complex operation, and this was probably the cleanest recommendation I've ever seen of any audit account. So I'm pleased to move these recommendations before City Council.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Are there any questions or comments? Councillor Massanelli.
I just want to clear one more thing up here. I noticed you mentioned transfer to reserves, Mr. Ria. I noticed you mentioned transfer to reserves at the end of the year, indicating multiple reserves. During the campaign, I heard many people talk about the savings the city has, especially coming up to this last budget. I didn't want to have any ambiguity behind the language. When you say transfer to reserves, that's repayment of reserves for money for projects we gave the go-ahead to. It's not extra savings going to that particular reserve, correct?
Mr. Ray?
Your Worship, so the transfers reserves, so the city maintains reserves for specific purposes, and there's funding formulas related to those reserves. So it can be things like there's a reserve for golf courses, there's one for winter snow maintenance, and so on. So transfers to those reserves are based on predefined plans and policies with respect to those reserves. The transfers to utility reserves are based on the leftover between the revenue and expenses of the utility for the year. The balance goes into the reserve, which is really the only way that they have to build capital for the many major capital expenditures we have here at the city. The one reserve that's more like the rainy day fund type reserve is the general fund reserve, and that reserve is primarily funded by any surplus that we have left over at the end of the year, plus some interest on investments, and that is available for I guess a number of things. Firstly, all of the reserves provide us with a level of flexibility so that we can respond to challenges and opportunities as they arise. They help us maintain our credit rating, which we just heard from our credit rating agency. It's been renewed as a AA for another year. I don't know if you followed the media today, but the province of Alberta lost a couple of points, I believe, on their credit rating. So the reserve levels that the city maintains are very much about prudent fiscal management, so that we're here able to operate today and into the future. And it's not money that's wasted. It's not money that's taken away from anyone. It's money that is there to help the city do its business in the long term and replenish its infrastructure. Mm-hmm. The rainy day fund would be more the general reserve fund, and that really provides an element of flexibility for unforeseen events.
Would the general reserve fund also be the most active of the reserve funds? It's almost like a checking account where things come in and out and are replenished from?
Mr. Ray?
Through you, Your Worship, I wouldn't say it's the most active. It's the most one that has flexibility for those unforeseen either opportunities or challenges. The fact that the utility reserves and some of those, there's entries in and out on an ongoing basis. Entries going in if there's some surplus, and entries coming out for major capital investment. So just an example, if I recall correctly, over the next 5 years, we have close to $400 million worth of capital investment on the water utility side, water and wastewater side.
Okay, and by the way, I just want to say congratulations. The auditor spoke highly of you and your team, well managed, and good to you.
Thank you so much, Your Worship, on behalf of my team.
Well said, Councilor Massanelli. Other speakers to the report? I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Move on to our next delegation. This is Ecomeno Iguari. I hope I've got that correct. You can correct me if I'm wrong. If you could step forward and identify yourself, who you represent. You'll have 5 minutes for your presentation, and there may be questions afterwards. I see you have some with you as well. If you could introduce them as well, that'd be great.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Council. My name is Iguari Camino. I'm the owner of Iguari Homes, Inc., and the lady next to me is my neighbor on the same street. Her name is Cindy Campbell, and she will be speaking with you after I'm done. I'm here regarding the 2022 and 2024 Toronto Street property. Like I said, I'm a developer here. I just started my company in 2009 in Regina. I'm a Regina quality rental building company. I've invested a lot of time, money, both in building and renovating properties in the core neighborhood of Regina. As a company, I believe in quality living for all, and the main interest is in the core area, core neighborhood of Regina. The company has done this with their own resources, high-interest private lenders, and all my investment, most of my investment has been in this core area of Regina. And in order to, me being here, in order to continue that dream of building that quality rental homes in the core area of core neighborhood of Regina, definitely profitability has to come into play, and in order for a developer to be profitable, buying up dilapidated buildings around the area in order to refurbish those or build new and create rental spaces definitely demands more capital. The two buildings I'm referring to right now, I've invested a lot of my funds in there, and definitely in the process of getting it done, I made a few errors, which definitely has impacted me in terms of reputation and in fines as well. As a builder and as a homeowner and as a resident of that area, the only thing I can do right now is to humbly ask that this situation be remedied by a zoning change. And I'm requesting that the zoning be contracted in order for more new construction to come into play in that area. And again, I'm not asking for any funds from Saskatchewan Housing or anybody. All I'm just asking that this property be rezoned in order for me to continue rental spaces in that area and to create more livable places in that area as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There are 2 minutes left in this time period. If your colleague wants to speak, you can. You've got about 2 minutes.
Hi, sorry. Yes, I've lived on 20 Block Toronto for 20 years now, and I've seen a lot of changes, and I just wanted to support Mr. Eber. The buildings that he has built have done a wonder to the street and the neighborhood. It's just made a big difference with the area. We don't have too many houses left on that street that are in rough shape. So I would appreciate, that it, he could work this out. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You have 1 minute to go at any time.
No, if you have any questions.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate that. Thank you for your delegation on this one. Is there questions on delegation at all? Councillor Stevens.
Thank you both for attending this evening. And I'm always pleased to see investment in the Heritage Neighborhood Cathedral throughout Ward 3. Typically, I'm always in support of infill development. I think there are a number of parts of the city we need to see this type of investment. We need to see older buildings retrofitted, rehabilitated for the community. But there's a couple of concerns that I have about the approach. And you do admit fault, and I don't need to go into those details. You talk about fines and penalties. You also talk about the need to make a profit. I get it. You're in the development business. And
Councillor Stevens, you have a question?
Yes, I do.
Please ask the question, please.
Is it your position that the Planning and Development Act, as well as the National Building Code of Canada, which allegedly have been violated here, prohibit developers from making a profit in heritage and in infill development?
Sorry, I don't understand the question.
Do the current regulations or legislation, Planning and Development Act, the National Building Code of Canada, which have allegedly been violated, do they prohibit you from actually making a profit and making a living off of development?
They don't prohibit me from making any profit from development, no.
So why the violation?
If I have to go back, one of the properties, that's the 2024 property, it was already a 5-unit space and was a rundown property. The prior owner actually just rented 2 spaces. That's the front and the back of the building. And when he sold it to me, at that time, I didn't have more information regarding zoning. After the construction was done, that's when I knew more about the zoning change. And ever since then, it's been ongoing to this very moment.
Just one more question here. You're asking council essentially to legalize unlawful development. Well, how would you vote? How would you go on this? You've admitted faults, breaking the law, and you want us to kind of forgive this. Why? Are these laws and this oversight not important? How would you vote on this?
For me personally, I'll vote yes to have it rezoned. Reason why is because, first of all, the initial building itself was as is, and when I took over the building, I just renovated it based on what was existing at that time. After the renovation was done, that's when I knew that the zoning for that property wasn't proper. So it's not I converted the property, it was as is when I took over.
Fair enough. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Other questions of the delegation? Councillor Massanelli.
Instead of seeking exception, is there anything you can do for renovation that would bring you within the bylaw itself? I understand it's a 6-plex. It was originally a duplex. Could you not convert back to try to break even and move this project through? Do we have to make an exception for you?
If you're referring to 2022, when I built that property, it was a front to back semi-detached at that time. And again, again, at that time, I wasn't so aware regarding zoning because I was just a new builder. I just started building in 2000. I just started my company in 2009. My first building was actually that 2022 Toronto Street. So when I built that property, I wasn't aware of zoning at that time, especially when it comes to the bylaw. And when I converted it, and the city was aware about it, and that's when I reconverted back to the front to back duplex. Now that I purchased the building on 2024, I'm trying to combine both at the same time. That gives me that 50-foot lot, and in order to create more of these rental properties, it's easier for me to to make it more profitable so that I can keep moving forward in building more properties around that area so that the area can be a better location for people to live.
Just to speak to that for a second, if we make it easier for you to fit more people on a smaller plot of land, we do want to have an increase in densification of our core of Regina, but to a controlled extent. I get the feeling from planning that might be over and above the densification we want. I really admire your entrepreneurial spirit. I do have questions about giving you acceptance, so, but thank you for your time.
Thank you, Councillor Massanelli. Councillor Bryce.
Thanks. Through you, Mr. Mayor. So you said you didn't know, and that's why it happened, but I see in here that it also says failure to comply. So once an order's been given and then you're not complying with it, you know. So how do you respond to that through you, Mr. Mayor?
I don't know which property you're referring to, please.
It says in April 2015, let's see. You were convicted of building without a permit and failing to comply with an order of a building inspector. And then it kind of goes on from there. And then down further, November 23rd, 2015, your company did not comply with the court order. So it sounds like there was an order, but you didn't comply with it. So, but you're saying you didn't know. So I'm just wondering what you have to say about that.
What I have to say about that, 2024 Toronto Street property, when I acquired it, the property was as is. It was a 5-unit space. It was a rundown space. I renovated the space. After I renovated the space, that's when the inspector came through and told me I have to get the permits that are necessary for the decks and things like that. Which I did. I complied to that. I was told to get I have to get the zoning changed, and that's been the process ever since then, trying to get the zoning changed.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. Other questions of the delegation? Thank you very much. You can return to the gallery, and we'll now look at the report before us. This is a Planning Commission application for contract zoning at 2022 and 2024 Toronto Street. Councillor O'Donnell.
Bring this forward if I could get a second.
Yes, can I have a second, please? Councillor Young.
Sorry. What you have before you is a denial, and it's not often that we bring that forward, so I want you to bear that in mind, please. The current zoning is R3, and this is to look at, the request was to make it into a contract, so I'll use the word apartment. Some of you have alluded to this, but I will speak to it so we're very clear as to why there is a denial. The first one is regarding 2022. Property was taken as an owner in August of 2011. A building development permit was taken out, authorizing the construction of a new front-to-back semi-detached dwelling containing 2 dwelling units. Upon inspection and so on later on, now 2013 January, that there was in fact the 2 dwelling units had become a 6-plex. At 2024 Toronto Street, there was a similar story. So we have an awful lot of units that don't meet the code, and they were not part of the building permit process. What's also here is that the building code was not met during any of these renovations. So from planning perspective, from the Planning Commission perspective is a rather dangerous precedent. Do we just have people go out and build things and then come back and adjust it as you go and change and not follow a building code in part? And we cannot accept that. We would seek that you support the denial on this one, please.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. Speaker to the report. Councillor Bryce.
I'm in full support of the denial. I think that somebody who's a developer should know that there's permits required and you need to follow exactly what it says that you're going to do. So following building codes, following inspections, complying with orders, those are things that are in place for the safety of everybody. So not following those, I think it's a slippery slope, and I think that we have these in place for a reason, and I think we need to continue to follow them. So I'm in full support of denial.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you, Your Worship. I do rise in support of the denial for the safety reasons that Councillor O'Donnell and Councillor Bryce mentioned, but also for good planning reasons. We go through an elaborate planning process to ensure that our neighborhoods are comfortable neighborhoods that conform with our official city plan. If we fail to enforce those guidelines, if people feel they can disregard them at will, will undermine the entire planning process. So I think for the integrity of the planning process, this is a critical example, an unfortunate example, and I support the denial.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Other speakers to the report. Councillor Stevens.
So when Mr. Acomino had first come forward and asked me to support his appeal here, I was very interested. I mean, we're seeing infill development. There's now the testimonials from the neighbors. Very important work that's being done. But I was kind of blown away when I finally sunk my teeth into the details from the Planning Commission report here. We have repeated violations of critical pieces of oversight and regulations, the Canada Building Code, Planning Commission oversight, over and over, stop work orders. We need to be diligent when we're approving development in our community, especially in areas like this where it's easy to say any development is good in development. But what we've seen is a developer come in, cut corners, and I'm concerned that there's an appeal here being summoned that's one of negligence. I didn't know. Well, I have to put some faith in developers when they come forward. They actually know how to design and construct a building. This is very important. So for this reason, I cannot support the appeal and will be supporting the Planning Commission's decision here.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Other speakers? So the recommendation is, Councillor Dowell, to...
Just on clarity, that's all. When you call a question and people vote in favor,
I'll be speaking to that.
Thank you.
We're actually speaking, voting to deny the application. It is not a positive, it's a negative to deny. So we're all clear on the recommendation. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. So we have denied the application. So we'll move on to smoking bylaw. Councillor Barshani.
Your Worship, I have to recuse myself as my sister does work at the Canadian Cancer Society.
Thank you very much. We'll wait for you to leave the room and then we'll proceed with our first delegation. We have three delegations tonight on this. Nathan Marquardt is the first one. Mr. Marquardt, if you could identify yourself and tell us who you represent. You have 5 minutes for your presentation and maybe questions afterwards. Perhaps you can identify who you are with as well, for the record.
Certainly. Good evening, Your Worship and Councillors. I'm Nathan Marquardt, President of the Gay and Lesbian Community of Regina. I'm joined by Director Jefferson Worms, and I have in attendance as well Vice President Glenda Hunter. So as President of the GLCR, I'm appearing before all of you today, joined by members of the board, to respectfully request an exemption from the new smoking bylaw under consideration by Council for reasons of unique and substantial concerns for our members' privacy, safety, and security that arise with the bylaw's implementation. And the Gay and Lesbian Community of Regina, for background, is a unique local nonprofit established in 1972. It operates a long-standing community-owned center at 2070 Broad Street in Regina. The GLCR has been the heart and home of the LGBT community in Regina for 45 years. And it incorporates a community center and multi-purpose space and a social club. And the GLCR maintains a membership of 700 people. The vast majority of the GLCR operations are carried out and staffed primarily by volunteer management and elected volunteer board of directors and various volunteer support positions, and provides employment to 3 staff members on a part-time basis. Now, the new smoking bylaw to replace the existing smoking bylaw, as described in the report to Council, contains a blanket new restriction that, quote, prohibits smoking and vaping on all outdoor seating areas of restaurants, bars, and similar establishments. And it also prohibits smoking and vaping within a 10-meter buffer zone of entrances. The proposed new bylaw would have an implementation in a matter of weeks of July 15th, and it would replace the existing bylaw that was passed in 2000. person. I would note there was a brief consultation period, which was principally electronic and voluntary, and also included a public town hall, but did not specifically engage the feedback of established organizations such as the GLCR in a formal or consultative manner. And it is the opinion of the GLCR that the new smoking bylaw, with its blanket restriction on outdoor patio smoking and vaping, along with the increased buffer zone to entrances and windows, would significantly and negatively impact the membership and patrons of the GLCR for reasons of privacy, safety, and security. And we're dedicated at the GLCR to the welfare and fellowship of the LGBT community, which includes people that are gay, lesbian, bisexual, transgendered, intersex, those questioning of sexual identity, along with members who are supportive allies. And the GLCR facility has a special privacy and safety and security considerations related to its use of its outdoor patio for its regular operations and functions which require accommodation. Now, our great achievements as a society notwithstanding, coming out can still be a difficult and at times dangerous personal experience. And the GLCR suggests a made in Regina solution, one that maintains the spirit and intent of the of the City of Regina's proposed smoking bylaw, but one that offers accommodation to the GLCR to vulnerable and equity-seeking citizens. And more than simply requesting an accommodation and exemption, we believe this is a privacy of identity as well as a safety and security issue. Now, the GLCR jealously regards the individual identities of our members and patrons, and we also proudly protect their right to privacy and safety and security while in our care. And in the shadow of the Pulse nightclub massacre in Orlando, Florida, the worst mass shooting in U.S. history, we believe that this accommodation is timely, reasonable, and justified. And further, our members have historically faced outright and indirect discrimination in Regina, which unfortunately continues to be a concern. And attendance of the GLCR is unlike any other attendance of a typical tavern or bar, nightclub, or restaurant. And given the
you have 1 minute to go.
Yeah, and given the concerns I have outlined, the GLCR respectfully requests that Council consider and enact an exemption to the new smoking bylaw. We take our members' health and safety very seriously, and we have been at the forefront of supporting and promoting health and well-being of LGBT people since the HIV and AIDS epidemic. But our reason for appealing to Council today is to protect the identity of our members as well as safety and security. And to reiterate, we are not an average nightclub or average gay bar for that matter. And so the objective is to be welcoming in a safe space. And with that, I encourage councillors and your worship to support our recommendation for an exemption.
Thank you, Mr. Marquardt, for your presentation. There are questions. Councillor Murray.
Thank you, gentlemen, for your presentation and coming forward. Through you, Your Worship, I just have one question. I understand privacy is a concern for some of your members. So my question is that were your members actively surveyed, or any of the active members that you have surveyed on this exemption request that you're bringing forward right now?
Thank you. Through your worship, Councillor Murray, I'm always in contact with my members of the facility. I'm there on a daily basis, and so I see them all throughout functions and throughout the proposal stage of the bylaw. They certainly made their interests known overwhelmingly that they would support the status quo due to their concerns of our specific location, and that is that the alternative would be to be smoking in a dark alley or a poorly lit gravel parking lot behind our facility, which to them they find unacceptable for those that smoke and for those friends and supportive members of our membership of our community.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Murray. Councillor Bryce.
Thank you. You referenced Ontario with the exemptions that they have. Are you aware that Ontario, actually through you, Mr. Mayor, what does Ontario do about the GLCR community there?
Thank you, Your Worship. Through Your Worship, Councillor Bryce. The GLCR is a one-of-a-kind facility. In fact, to our knowledge, we are the only existing community-owned and operated LGBT-specific community center and social club in Canada. So with respect, the community-owned operations throughout Canada, we have seen closures of them, specifically in recent years with Winnipeg, for instance, and I know Ontario has experienced closures. So with respect, the 45-year history of the GLCR here in Regina is very unique and something that we regard with much affection.
Thank you for that answer. Are you aware that the provincial government in Ontario, the only exemption that they have is for the legions that were in operation founded before November 18th, 2013? That's the only exemption they have?
Through Your Worship, Councillor Bryce, I did point out for your benefit that Ontario does make an exemption for legions, as well as exemptions for First Nations community and for traditional cultural practices. And while some of those exemptions may be limited, they are nonetheless there and expand beyond the scope that the bylaw currently proposed before City Council does.
Thank you for that information. My information was from the Ontario provincial government, and that was the only exemption that they have. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. Councillor Flagel.
Thank you. And through you referenced a couple of other areas in the States, but what I want to know is specifically what has gone on in terms of your public safety outside your club in the daytime, nighttime? What has actually happened?
Thank you, through Your Worship, Councillor Flagel. Our members face indirect and direct discrimination and harassment. It's an ongoing, it is improving, but it is an ongoing situation. There's also been quite severe violence in the area of that block of Broad Street, and even the City Police Services notes the particular increase in crime of that area of the city compared to other areas of the city. Now, for specific examples, our members have been, in recent years, have had vinegar thrown on them. They have been subjected to lewd shouts and gestures while outside the perimeter of our safe patio, which is where this new smoking bylaw would force my members to congregate if they should smoke, which is a dark alley and poorly lit parking lot. We have had eggs lobbed over the deck. We have had small instances of vandalism, and you could appreciate that these types of incidents are not always reported to the police or engaged the police. That's for a number of reasons that I can identify as president. Some is the stigma of reporting and seeing as a victim, being seen as a victim. Some is just being uncomfortable with the police, and others has to do with the privacy of a particular member who is not comfortable in identifying themselves or their attendance at the GLCR facility given special sexual orientation or gender identity issues. And therefore, this is often not reported and engaged by the police. And so the concerns that we raise are quite significant, so significant, in fact, that those that are not smokers within our membership base are still highly supportive of seeking an exemption to ensure that no matter what, every member of the GLCR has a safe place.
Thanks. Do you have kitchen and food facilities at your location?
Through Your Worship, Councillor, we do have a kitchen. The kitchen, as you can appreciate, the property, which was began in 1949 as a church, maintains a church kitchen, and therefore we do have some elements of a kitchen that we can prepare some simple food for a community fundraiser, which is usually the case. And so while it wouldn't meet the description of a commercial kitchen, certainly we are brewing coffee, we are certainly cutting watermelon or preparing muffins or food for brunch to ensure that we can raise some funds for the facility, given that it's primarily volunteer driven.
Thank you. Through you, so you're not considered a restaurant, though?
No, we would not be considered a restaurant.
Okay. My other question is, part of this bylaw talks about 10 meters from the doorway, or where currently it's 3 meters. 3 meters you're happy with? 10 meters would put you outside your existing deck. Is that correct?
Through your worship, Councillor, if we could explore this just for a moment,
Sure.
the 2070 Broad Street facility. And so our front entrance is on the highly visible Broad Street. And if you can appreciate just exploring for those that would be comfortable smoking at the front entrance, which my members, quite frankly, are not, but if you were inclined to smoke in the front entrance, 3 meters may make it possible to smoke at the front entrance, but the more than doubling of the restriction, this new bylaw going substantially beyond the scope of the provincial legislation would make it impossible, if you wish to follow city bylaws, would make it impossible to smoke. We have neighbors on either side of us. The buffer zone is specifically listed in your bylaw under proposal here, specifically listed not only for front entrances, but also windows and air exchanges. So if you walk up and down Broad Street, as I'm sure you would the majority of downtown, it would make it quite possible, taking your 10-meter measure, that you would be in accordance and in good keeping with the bylaw.
Thank you. So basically what you're saying is you'd have to have a cigarette in the middle of Broad Street and Victoria Avenue.
Yes, which I'm sure, through your worship, Councillor, I'm sure that may be violating perhaps another bylaw.
Okay, thank you. That's what I wanted to just
Thank
clarify.
you, Councillor Flagel. Councillor Fundura.
Thank you, Your Worship. Gentlemen, good to see you. Good evening. Question, you were talking about engagement and feedback. Let's just kind of have a conversation about the engagement and the consultations and the discussions about the bylaws been going on for a few months, maybe more. And you mentioning that you were just invited to the conversation just through electronic conversation. Can you give me a little more details on your engagement, that your community or yourselves engaged within the greater community about the smoking bylaws, and what's going to happen? Who's going to, well, not a winner or lose, but who's going to be affected? Who's not? There's always someone's going to be happy, someone not. So, the question to your worship: engagement was there. Will you engage with the city about what you're just saying tonight?
Through your worship, Councillor, we did not specifically as an organization participate in the very brief consultation process that was provided by the city. Just by way of background, we learned of it as a regular concerned citizen looking for resident information on the city website, but there was no specific correspondence sent to our well-established organization. We do receive correspondence from the city, of course, as it relates to billing. And we received one piece of correspondence when the city engaged a firm to consult on a recreation plan that we perused over and did not see that it falls fully within the scope of our organization. But nonetheless, we did receive correspondence related to those matters, but we did not receive direct correspondence from the city to officially engage consultation with our long-standing organization.
Okay, thank you for that. Thank you, Your Worship. Definitely will be asking the administration the same question. Probably a few of us will do that. Next question would be is, your ask is for exemption, special exemption. How would you see that within the greater parameters of the bylaw? We want to look at the bylaw as a blanket, or however you want to look at it. And how would you see that working?
Thank you. Through your worship, Councillor, the full implementation of the bylaw proposed I see to be completely unworkable, and I do that by reading through the bylaw and trying to see how that fits within my membership and their activities. And so if you would be in a direct violation of this bylaw and others with the front of the facility, and that would be disregarding our significant privacy concerns that I've been raising, when you look at the back of the facility, we have a private outdoor patio that has been built specifically for the purposes of privacy and for the purposes of keeping everyone in our facility safe. And so there is a gate that is always closed. It is substantial. It is quite high. And so if you were in the alley, while you may hear voices, you would be unable to see who is occupying the patio or the deck. And therefore, if this bylaw is enacted, members would be forced to leave the patio space if they engaged in smoking, or those that would follow them, and they would be left alone in a dark alley, which I would have to consult if that would be violating another bylaw, to be smoking in an alley that is quite busy, actually, because we do have a condo building that has been built nearby, and it is a busy alley in which we have cars coming and going, and some loitering by individuals I would put to you may not be there for the best of interests. And then we have a quite dimly lit parking lot behind that as it faces Rose Street, and so this would be 13th and Rose would be the back of the facility. And therefore, just simply looking at the implementation of the bylaw as it currently reads, I do not see in my respectful submission to you, councillors, it to be workable.
Okay. So we'll once we finish off with the interrogation, we'll definitely ask questions. We'll debate that. We'll ask questions about the special exemptions and things like that. So thank you for your answers.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Frenier. Other questioners? Councillor Young.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you for coming this evening and sharing your concerns with us. I just have a couple of questions for clarity. You have members. You said you had about 700 members in your club, but you're also open to the public. Is that correct?
Thank you, through your worship, Councillor Young. We are a private club on a membership basis, but we do welcome members of the public. The procedure is as follows, if I could outline for your clarity and benefit. So we have a membership system and several tiers of membership, and we also have the ability to sign guests in that would be signed by the vouch of a member. And of course, we do welcome, as you all could appreciate, if you wish to grow your membership, we do welcome new members into our fold, and so they would approach our club. We would greet them and chat with them, and they would express their interest in joining our membership, and we would engage in that process. But that makes the GLCR specifically unique. I would also outline that it is not consistent with just any other membership-based club. There is a specific social importance in engaging a membership that is solely dedicated to the lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgendered community center that we have for 45 years. And I would also put to councillors, for their benefit and clarity, that when you're dealing with gender expression, you could, and this relates to privacy of identity concerns, you could have an individual that goes to their workplace, goes to the supermarket as a man. But when they enter our facility, they may identify as a female. And that could be a very difficult, and obviously is one, for transgendered members that I have. And they would be significantly concerned, as they're growing in their expression and identity, to be publicly noticed outside of the club, let alone particularly in an unacceptable risk with having to leave the guarded patio space that we have.
So just to clarify again, there are people who are not members of your club, but who may be friends with people who are in the club, or members of the public who do come to your club for some of the music and the type of entertainment that they enjoy, correct?
Through your worship, Councillor, yes, there are guests that can be signed in. And just to clarify the types of activities, we have everything from community events of our community, like baby showers, memorials, fundraisers, you name it.
Okay. And then my second question is, in your talk with your members about this issue, Was there any concern about public health and secondhand smoke? This whole thing is about public health and the effects of secondhand smoke on people who smoke and also people who don't smoke. Did you have any discussion about that, and did your members feel that they need to consider that as well?
Through your worship, Councillor, we as a community are always interested in the welfare of our membership, and we do that through support services and engaging partners like AIDS organizations, etc. With respect to smoking that you cite, our facility, the indoor space, of course, is smoke-free, consistent with provincial legislation, and we have volunteers and staff that are not required to attend the deck where smoking is permitted, and therefore I am confident, and our membership is quite confident, that if you wish to have a full smoke-free experience, you can certainly do that. And the membership overwhelmingly brought to my attention, if you can appreciate being the president of a membership organization, they let you know their intentions quite quickly. They were primarily anxious and concerned around safety, given the area, and that was brought to my attention immediately before the merits of discouraging unhealthy habits such as smoking.
Thank you, Mr. Markweber.
Thank you, Councillor Young. Councillor Stevens.
Thank you. Through you, Your Worship, exemptions can be very messy for various reasons, right? And there are a couple embedded in the current iteration of the bylaw. Are you looking for a specific exemption for the nightclub, or would you like to see provisions in place to consider exemptions for the public safety reasons that you're outlining here?
Through your worship, Councillor, I think I would require a bit more clarification to answer the question. However, I can say that we're seeking an exemption not based on the merits of the bylaw, but based on the consequence of the implementation for the privacy and safety concerns that I raise. And the facility itself at 2070 Broad Street is both a community center space as well as a social club space that one may identify as a nightclub. However, I do have a question that I would be thinking of with respect to how the bylaw reads with the notion of similar establishments and whether or not it would directly pertain to our type of establishment, but nevertheless, given the language, I would be inclined to think that we would be covered.
Okay. Another issue here, and I think it's at the heart of what you're discussing here, is the fear that people have in that area amongst the community that goes to Q. Are there other solutions? People shouldn't have to feel afraid. They shouldn't have to feel threatened just for going out for a cigarette. Sounds like there's a broader issue here that extends beyond smoking. What other provisions could the city and the community actually enact here that would identify those concerns, which is chiefly about public safety? Is there something else perhaps that the city can and should be doing that's beyond just looking at smoking? That seems to be a side issue here.
Through your worship, Councillor, certainly we would invite support and help from the city. One way is when the city is looking at proposed bylaws, from our perspective, we would appreciate formal consultation with our community, and certainly we would appreciate support from the city in encouraging healthy habits. But in particular reference to your questions, there is the privacy of expression and identity concerns as well as the safety concerns. And so while you may, for instance, look at increased police enforcement in the area, the city could invest in more lighting in the area, it still may not, in my opinion and in my experience in a leadership role in our community, would resolve fully the concerns that we face.
Thank you. Final question. One of the leading concerns that advocates for patio bans have forwarded here is worker occupational health and safety. Certainly there's the public health issue related to patrons who come in here, whether they're members or not, the workers themselves may not have a choice in leaving a smoky area. What are your thoughts on that?
Thank you, Councillor. Through your worship, just for clarity purposes, so we maintain 3 staff, but the majority of our operations are run by volunteer elected leaders, in addition to volunteer support staff in the majority of our hours, and we run Monday through to Saturday, quite into the late hour, with alternating Sundays. So specifically, we're talking about an occupation requirement for 3 staff members currently, and I'm confident that they can have their health and safety protected and respected, because they are not required through their duties to go onto the outdoor patio, which is quite large and open air, but are not required to attend that to serve. They are only required at the end of the night to survey the area to ensure there is no one left, and to close the facility accordingly.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Other questions? Councillor O'Donnell.
Thanks very much. Good evening. I appreciate when somebody comes before us very prepared, and I also take some comfort in the fact that for 45 years there's been a safe place to be. Thanks for that. If you don't get your wish on the exemption, it would seem to me you have at least one choice, and that is to create a no-smoking environment entirely. But is there a second one? And I'm specifically thinking, because I do not know the back of your building, is it possible to have some kind of a 10-meter extension back there that could be private as well? If you could describe that for me, please.
Certainly. Through your worship, Councillor O'Donnell, thank you very much for your comments supporting our organization and its continued efforts. Addressing your question quite practically and specifically, it would be impossible to extend the area. It is very much adjacent to the alleyway, with very little leeway room of less than a meter, if that. And so therefore, when you're coming off the private secure patio and you're walking down the steps, you're immediately faced with an adjacent Laura spin, of which has been the subject of some incidents, unfortunately, with the dark nature. And then you are immediately faced with the alleyway, in which you could have people coming and going during the late hour. And so therefore, it wouldn't be practically possible, given that physical space, to cordon off an area, let alone it wouldn't, in my estimation, satisfy my members' serious concern, and that is to ensure that if you are engaging in smoking, nevertheless you have a measure of protection when you visit our club, and therefore cordoning off a space, while I would appreciate that effort, still wouldn't resolve the other ones, and not to overlook the privacy of expression to that transgendered individual, that two-spirited individual that's just not comfortable yet appearing in their particular expression. And we do have certainly a base of membership there as well.
Thanks for your thoughts.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dowell. Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you very much for coming forward. I appreciate this takes a bit of courage in some ways, and I appreciate your efforts and your concern for the safety and privacy of your members. I just want to ask you one question. Do you have any idea what percentage of your members are smokers?
Thank you, Councillor, through your worship. Councillor Hawkins, thank you very much. It is often not easy to be on the other side of the oval, so I appreciate that support. With respect to the estimation of the amount of members that I have that are smokers, we certainly have a very significant portion that are smokers. Given the element of socialization that occurs when you're a member of our club, it is like your family, and as you can appreciate, if you have one member of your family that's smoking but the others are not, you still very likely will attend the activity of smoking with them for a social aspect and also for a security aspect, being in a group. And so therefore I would submit that we do have a quite large portion of our membership that is smoking. It is decreasing, and I would note that we do partner with organizations like the Running Room, for instance, to encourage healthier habits. They happen to be neighbors of ours, and so we do that supportive work, but at the same time we stick to our mandate of fellowship and general welfare and concerns of LGBT people.
I just want to follow up with one question, Your Worship. I believe the number of non-smokers, or the number of smokers in the general population in Saskatchewan now is something like 20%. Would in your organization there be a very substantial number of non-smokers?
Thank you, through your worship and councillor. I would say that there is a large number of smokers. There's certainly, the patio always is occupied with a member that is smoking, and so in my estimation it is quite a large number. It is declining, and I am noting that. Perhaps healthier habits, perhaps the increased costs, but nevertheless it is discouraging, and it's good to see. But we do have a larger portion that do smoke.
And a goodly number of non-smokers.
Through your worship, goodly would be a great term. Certainly we do have a good number of people who have either kicked the habit quite successfully with support or have not engaged in smoking.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. I have a couple of questions. And first, by saying I certainly applaud your attempts over the past and successfully creating a very safe environment for your members, and that's excellent. That isn't the question I wanted to talk about, but I want to talk about the deck where you don't have workers that go out on the deck. But what about members who don't smoke that would like to go out there? I'm just wondering how does that work, and are they concerned? Do they wonder about? They like to go out on the deck with a drink or carry on a conversation or whatever it may be, but the smoke bothers them. So can you just speak to that?
Certainly. Thank you, Your Worship. The outdoor patio space is directly behind our facility there that faces the orientation of the alley and Rose Street, and we also have a portion of the outdoor patio space that faces the orientation of 13th Street, and so it is an L figure for purposes of illustration, and therefore there are two entrances onto the patio from inside the facility, from two different areas, from more of a dance floor, larger function space in one, and more of a lounge space on the other. And therefore, the deck is certainly amenable to an enjoyment factor that doesn't include smoking, or to be quite further away from those that are engaging in smoking, and for those that do smoke.
But the interaction, there is interaction between those two sides, if I could put it that way. If someone could move who is in a non-smoking area into the smoking area, that's free. They're free to do that.
Your Worship, the area is quite large, and so therefore there obviously can be that engagement, and often is for good social purposes. But the deck does have the patio deck, open air, does have ample room. I would put that you could enjoy a non-smoking experience as well.
Thank you very much for that. No other questions? You can return to the gallery. Thank you very much for answering so many questions.
Thank you.
Move on to our next delegation, Mr. Chad Novak. Mr. Novak, you know the rules. If you could state your name, who you represent. You have 5 minutes for your presentation. There may be questions afterwards.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, my name is Chad Novak, and I am here representing the Saskatchewan Taxpayers Advocacy Group. I'm here to address the proposed updated smoking bylaw. I want to start by saying I am proud to have been part of the large number of council candidates in support of a further smoking ban, as surveyed during the 2016 municipal election. Having reviewed all submitted responses, I'm also proud to see that most of you supported this as well. I did notice one councillor, though, who responded negatively to the question on banning smoking on patios of restaurants and bars, Ward 10 Councillor Jerry Flagel, as can be confirmed through the public documents. Now, with that said, I would ask if Mr. Flagel could expand on why he didn't agree with it then, and if he supports it now, what has changed since that time. I'd like to take this opportunity also to thank City Council administration for going to the extent that they have in terms of ensuring that they got it right with the smoking ban. I was very pleased to see the way the public was engaged with this situation, and I feel that $35,000 is a very small price to pay to make sure that you do get things right the first time and have the support of a majority of the residents. I was very pleased with how the survey was laid out, and I proudly executed my democratic right and filled it out with pride. Now, with that said, I can't help but ask, why did you decide to do this for something that has clearly demonstrated public support, thanks to the efforts of a great long-standing organizations like the Lung Association and the Canadian Cancer Society? It seems that you were trying to continually reinvent the wheel with repeated studies and surveys on relatively minor subjects with known public support. And then with massive projects, where there is a known great divide in our community, there was no true public consultation process undertaken. I do have some very serious concerns about how the survey was handled, however, including the fact that it was brought to the Executive Committee in a private session in April 2017 before going public with it this month. Now, it is my understanding that the private sessions are intended for confidential or sensitive matters, neither of which this would seem to fall under. Now, with that said, I have to ask, why was this considered in a private session, and what changes were made at that meeting, if any, that we, the public, didn't have an opportunity to hear? Now, going forward, I would like to make a formal request that all major expenditure decisions, including the annual budget, be put to the residents in a fashion identical to this survey. Now, I would suggest that you include a variety of options in that survey with full, non-biased explanations of the impact of each option in layman's terms. I feel that this would present an excellent opportunity to ensure that you do get things right the first time and that you can demonstrate public support for the decisions that can literally impact us for generations to come. I thank you once again for your time this evening. I will gladly answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Novak, for your presentation. Other questions? There are none. Thank you very much. You can return to the gallery, and we'll bring forward our last delegation, Jennifer May. Welcome to City Council, Ms. May. If you could identify yourself for the record, who you represent, and you as well have 5 minutes for your presentation.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Jennifer May. I'm the Vice President of Health Promotion with the Lung Association of Saskatchewan. Today I'm also speaking on behalf of my health partners from the Canadian Cancer Society and the Heart and Stroke Foundation. First and most, we want to thank Mayor Fougere and Council for moving forward with this important public health policy, and certainly for consulting with the community. This bylaw will protect the public from the harms of secondhand smoke, which is the #1 reason why residents of Regina voted to support it. This bylaw will support people who have quit smoking, plus those trying to quit. It will also create positive outdoor healthy environments for everyone, including our children. We are certainly sensitive to the new position brought forward tonight by Mr. Marquardt, and while we have empathy for his concerns, we must note that there are no exemptions of this nature anywhere else in Canada. Everyone deserves health protection from secondhand smoke, including the workers at establishments. There is no reason why LGBT citizens should receive less protection from secondhand smoke in public places. Smoke-free bylaws motivate people to quit, and LGBT stats are double to triple the general population smoking rates. If the other 7 Canadian provinces and 4 Saskatchewan municipalities have successfully implemented smoke-free patios without using this exemption, there's no reason why Regina cannot do the same. We are heartened by the overwhelming level of support from Regina residents. They responded to your survey in record numbers and have made it clear that they want and enjoy smoke-free outdoor public spaces. Results show the majority of people are in support of making all proposed places smoke and vape-free. These results mirror what our public opinion poll found back in 2015. A great deal of money, time, and human resources was spent on this public consultation, and we were delighted 2 weeks ago when the Executive Council listened to the public and chose option 3, a comprehensive bylaw with no public space exemptions. From 54% of the vote saying they want smoke and vape-free golf courses, to 89% wanting these clean air environments for playgrounds, there wasn't one area that Regina residents wanted to exempt. They said in clear majority that they want all outdoor public spaces to be vape and smoke-free. The bylaw before you today sends a strong message that this bylaw is about protecting the health of our citizens and changing social norms in a province with some of the highest smoking rates in Canada. Exempting certain outdoor spaces such as walkways would have confused the public. There was discussion at the executive committee as well about golf courses, and of course we recommend against that. Golfing is a physical activity enjoyed by people of all ages, and certainly we want everything to be consistent. Every Saskatchewan municipality with an outdoor bylaw, Saskatoon, Warman, Martensville, and Maidstone, have included golf courses in their smoke vape-free bylaws without issue. It would be unfortunate if Regina became the outlier, especially when the majority of residents have voted to include them. Saskatoon's all-inclusive bylaw, which came into effect January 1st, 2016, has not been an issue, according to City Councillor Darren Hill, and I quote, "The fact we've only had 2 tickets since our bylaw came into play really does speak to the self-regulating and importance of the education component," unquote. The vast majority of people who smoke are polite and respectful of others and smoking restrictions. It will take very little time for people to adjust to this new norm. We've seen that in jurisdictions across Canada and here in Saskatchewan. To conclude, our organizations recommend that you pass this bylaw as it is written before you. You have asked your residents, and they have responded in record numbers. They support this bylaw, including all outdoor public places. We are confident it will be embraced by your citizens, and it will certainly make the City of Regina a healthier community for all. You asked, they told you. Now please respect their voices and listen. Democracy wins. Vote for this bylaw with no additional exemptions today. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. May, for your presentation. Are there questions of the delegation? Councilor Massanelli.
Thank you for your time. I have to say an extra thanks because I'm one of the stupid people who smokes.
Oh,
So I really need you and I respect you.
we support you.
Okay. As a professional, you must have an opinion on why people still smoke, and I was wondering, why is that?
I'm here to represent the Lung Association of Saskatchewan, first of all. We support people who smoke, and what we do know is that bylaws and legislation help people to cut down and quit. That is why we're here before you today.
I understand. Why do you think people smoke?
Well, it's an addiction.
I agree.
It's an addiction. And it's an addiction that most people start when they're teenagers. And it carries them through their lives. So this is, when you say you're stupid, that hurts my heart. Because I don't want to hear that, right? We want to take that blame and put it on the industry and understand that it's a true addiction, and we want to help people.
And I guess that's the next stage of this, is I have a little bit to say about addiction and about consequences of addiction. And I am kind of saddened on the stance you guys have taken on vaping. I don't know if pleasure is the right word, but I was exposed to vaping on a European vacation about 5 years ago. As a longtime smoker, I took it up passionately because I was allowed into places again to be around my family and friends unencumbered. I didn't have to put my smell to anybody else. And I had my addiction well under hand. I wasn't smoking anymore. My
Councilor
lungs felt
Massanelli,
better.
can you ask a question, please?
I sure can.
Please do.
My lungs felt better and I felt better. I noticed in there it was embraced. The healthcare system in Europe benefited from it. And I'm wondering why your association hasn't looked at the science or followed through with alternatives for a smoker like me to be more included in society and maybe have a healthier alternative to transition through. I'm wondering why you're making it harder when we know better to quit. And I say that after going on antidepressants and medications from the doctor over the years, trying to quit. I do have a problem. Sorry to take so long, but through you, Mayor.
Oh, that's fine. Certainly Health Canada has recommended nicotine replacement therapies that are approved for people to use to quit smoking. That is what we have to follow. We are advocating at the national level to have Health Canada, and they are doing it, looking at e-cigarettes, okay? But until they're regulated and until we know exactly what's in them, the Lung Association, of course, cannot make a statement about them, right? We cannot support them at this time.
I agree, but you're not only not making a statement, you're making the opposite. You're not allowing them to get to the point of regulation by holding them back. Am I misinterpreting the point of view?
I think you are misinterpreting. If you follow national advocacy efforts on this, we're trying to get Health Canada to look at the product. Again, and at this stage at the game, when we're talking about a municipal bylaw, we just don't want you, if you want to use it in your home, that is up to you. We just don't want you using it in public spaces. So I think that's what we need to remember here. We're not saying you can't do it. We're just saying we don't want you using it in a public space.
I am in agreement on that for the most part, too, and I just want to make a point for clarity. Would that be so the next generation isn't influenced by the actions of smoking or vaping for the physical look of what you're doing? Because we really don't want our kids smoking, correct?
Yeah, that's right. And
That's
Saskatchewan has
behind
some
it,
of the
correct?
highest youth and young adult use, so absolutely. We definitely want to get rid of the modeling.
Yeah, no, I agree with that point of view as well, but I just wanted to bring that through. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Massanani. Councilor Flagel.
Thank you. I wasn't at the meeting a week or two ago, so I wanted to ask you, the public space you talk about, what's the most predominant space that bothers you that people smoke in?
Well, I think that's a personal opinion, and I'm not sure I'm willing to answer that, quite frankly.
Okay.
Any public space where my children will be, where I will be, where I don't want to be exposed to secondhand smoke,
Okay.
I guess would be my answer. So I guess the definition that you have written in your bylaw.
So do other things bother you in terms of, and as an association, let's go with an association, does any other scents or toxic gases or fumes bother the association you represent?
Yes, they do. However, tobacco smoke, as we know, is the number one issue that we deal with. It's still, tobacco is still the number one cause of preventable disease and death in the world.
Okay. So through you, Mr. Mayor, if I talk about restaurants and bars, I've heard from people, and they're talking, my sister this, my sister, had this. I had a sister-in-law that had lung cancer, and she worked in a bar back in the day that was probably as big as the circle here when you could smoke indoors. That's how she got lung cancer.
Councilor Flagel, come to
Are
your
you
question,
still
please.
saying that, no, I'm asking, are you still saying that the restaurant industry today has the same issue as they did prior to 2004?
Sorry, when did I say that?
I'm asking. No, are you saying, and your organization saying that the issue of smoking to the restaurant owners and servers is an issue that predates 2004 and is still the same issue today as the serving public, the serving people that work in the bars and restaurants?
Well, the only places, technically, because we now have indoor public space, thank you to the Tobacco Control Act, are the patios. And so in the patios, we definitely want to make sure workers are protected.
Okay. Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Councilor Flagel. Other questions? Councilor Stevens.
Just one question, actually. I totally buy the patio rationale. It makes sense to me. But I would like you to engage with what Nathan had brought forward here. And I think you kind of went around the issue by talking about smoking. The public health issue is a safety issue. People being assaulted and suffering violence and harm if they were to move or to be threatened with violence or harm if they moved outside the patio. So I'm wondering if you could talk a little bit about that. The big concern here, according to the delegation before you, wasn't secondhand smoke in the long term. It was actually about privacy, safety in the short term. So what would you say to them in that concern about an exemption when they're facing immediate forms of threats in the community?
Well, sure. And like I mentioned, I'm certainly empathetic to that. However, we have 7 provincial governments who have legislated this through their whole provinces, plus 4 Saskatchewan municipalities, and we have not had this issue. So if this is an issue or we think it's an issue for Regina, then that requires a whole other conversation that has nothing to do with this smoking bylaw, quite frankly.
Right. But there's a difference here, would you not agree, between the implementation of the bylaw and how it's actually experienced? It's easy to implement something and just vote for it. But there are implications that the community here are addressing that seem to be unique. And I just want to get your stance on this because we're going to probably have a further discussion about it afterwards.
I guess, again, my comment is we've had lots of municipalities and provinces that have implemented it for a long time, and we don't have any anecdotal evidence of this being an issue. So if this is Regina specific, or if we just think that maybe the risk is there when it won't be, I can't answer that. What I can say is if this is becoming a problem once it's put into place, then the City of Regina is going to have to look at a strategy for that specific. The same thing, I'm going to stop it there.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Stevens. Other questions? Thank you very much for your presentation, and we'll now move on to the Executive Committee report on the smoking bylaw. Councillor O'Donnell.
Thank you very much. This is a smoking bylaw. If I could have a seconder?
Seconder for that, please. Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you. I don't normally do this, but I'm going to read the recommendations so that we're all on the same page and those watching will understand. The City Council approved the development of a new smoking bylaw to replace the existing smoking bylaw as further described in this report, which A, prohibits smoking and vaping on outdoor seating areas of restaurants, bars, and similar establishments. B, prohibits outdoor smoking in all city-owned outdoor public spaces. C, prohibits smoking and vaping within a 10-meter buffer zone of entrances, windows, and air exchanges of public buildings. D, prohibits vaping in enclosed public spaces where smoking is prohibited under the Tobacco Control Act. E, has an exemption consistent with the Tobacco Control Act in relation to outdoor traditional spiritual and cultural ceremonies. And F, has an exemption for teaching and testing devices in a vape retail store. And then number 2, that the smoking bylaw 2017 come into effect on July 15, 2017. If I could just ask a couple of questions, please. First of all, I just want to ask staff a little bit about the date and then enforcement. I've heard comments from the delegations, but could you tell me what you would expect for enforcement or problems or not enforcement problems, please?
Mr. Onwright.
Through your worship, we would see enforcement done more as through teaching and sharing of information with the community, and a lot less of the actual enforcement. That would be through public consultation. We have support, very high support through RQHR, who have agreed to support those efforts. The implementation of July 15th, just a reminder to Council, if there are any changes to the bylaw, that will push that implementation back in terms of the date.
Thank you. So in the past, when the previous law came into effect, can I ask, was there compliance? Did people seem to adjust easily?
Mr. Onwright.
Through your worship, I'm going to ask Chief Jackson to comment.
Chief Jackson.
I'll ask Jeanette Lai as our subject matter expert to provide some of that information.
Ms. Lai.
Through you, Your Worship, it's our understanding from RQHR that when the new Tobacco Control Act came into force, that the inspectors from RQHR had very minimal problems with their enforcement in any of the enclosed locations where smoking was prohibited.
Thanks very much. Now, it's my understanding that there's already been some establishments, call them restaurants or bars, or where there's patios and so on, have already complied with this before there was a change to the bylaw. Can I ask staff to comment on that, please?
Mr. Onwright.
Through your worship, I'll ask Ms. Lai to comment.
Ms. Lai.
Through you, Your Worship, that is correct. There have been a number of establishments that have already made their outdoor patio spaces smoke-free.
Would I be accurate if I also said that some of them have promoted the change? So in other words, I recall years ago when this change came in to where you could smoke or not, there was a pushback, but in fact it appears to me that many of the establishments have been the promoters. In other words, they haven't lost customers, they haven't lost patrons, and their staff have been happy. Is that an accurate statement, please?
Ms. Lai.
Through you, Your Worship, yes, there have been some establishments that have come forward to say that this has not been an issue and that they promote smoke-free spaces at their establishments.
Thank you. I'll put this for consideration.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. Other speakers to the report? Councillor Bryce.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask a couple of questions first. So RQHR isn't here, but what happens to the smoking areas at the hospital or the smoking areas at different facilities that the city owns? What happens to those now?
Mr. Onwright.
Through your worship, I'll ask Ms. Lai to comment.
Ms. Lai.
Through your worship, for city-owned facilities, we would have to update some signage. Currently, most city facilities already have a 10-meter buffer zone exemption. Those would need to be updated should we proceed with this bylaw to say that no smoking would be allowed on city property. As for hospitals and other public spaces, RQHR is aware of these changes, and they would be assisting us in communicating this to any other public spaces that would be impacted.
Thank you for that. They've also sent letters in support of this bylaw, so I'm in favor of that as well. I also do have empathy for the groups that have come forward who feel that they're at risk, but I also feel that the public in general is more at risk from that secondhand smoke. As you all know, my father passed away from lung cancer as well, so I feel that it's important for us to take a stand that we want a healthy environment in all public spaces. So I think that is important, so I am in favor of this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. Councillor Flegel.
Thank you. A few things here I'd like to clarify so that we can get. So we're talking about this whole bylaw, and I read the whole thing, and I'm looking at it, and I'm thinking, first of all, we already have a 3-meter zone, which is 40 inches, whatever you want to call it, 3.5 feet. I want to go into feet because I'm from that era. Going to 33 feet roughly.
You're that old?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'm proud of it too. So but what I'd like to do though is what I'm trying to get at is that this bylaw basically is going to shut everything down, and I don't agree with it. I agree with probably 98% of it. Public spaces, parks, where there's children involved, absolutely. Golf courses, I'm sorry, that's open space, that's huge. Most park areas, a few of us have talked about, bike paths. I mean, sometimes people are out for a casual walk, and I've actually seen a lot of seniors out walking, and that's where they like to go and have a quick walk and enjoy their cigarette, and away they go. So we can't stop that. So the other thing is that right out our back door, as an example, we have a parkade, and a lot of our city staff go under there for shelter. So the back door is at least maybe close to 33 feet away. But there is another door that goes up to the second level. So that is actually a city access door. This is just a simple example. So the gentlemen were talking, the original people were saying if they go out their front door and they move 30 feet, well, they're in front of another business. And then they got to move another 30 feet. My question is, those businesses aren't open for business at 11 o'clock at night. Are they considered to be an open business? And would they be in violation of standing in front of a door that is an 8 to 5 business after hours?
Chief Jackson, you want to? Who wants to answer that?
Through your worship, I'll ask Chief Jackson to answer.
Chief Jackson.
Through you, your worship, I'd ask the city solicitor to weigh in on this.
Someone wants to answer this question, I'm sure. Mr. Weary, do you have the answer?
Your worship, I'm just going through the wording of the bylaw, and it might take a few minutes. There are a number of definitions here.
You can come back to it.
I'll come back to it.
If you don't mind. I'll go on. I have other questions. So what I'm looking at, and I'm going to probably try to do an amendment or two here or put them all together in one, is that there's a couple of things, anything to do with children I'm all for. Anything to do with playgrounds I'm all for. The new stadiums and any sport facilities that are city-owned, absolutely. I have no issue with that, and I'm not changing my tune from the survey that I did that Mr. Novak referred to. So this is what it is. This is me. This is what I've got. I believe, though, that the restaurant industry, the bar industry, went through a change in 2004 to get everybody to go outside and have a cigarette. Everybody was not okay with it, but it worked. As I said, my sister-in-law had lung cancer because she worked in a bar the size of this area here and contracted lung cancer if it was from the secondhand smoke. We don't 100% know because she was also a smoker. But the issue was she worked inside that environment. Today, we've told all those people to go outside. Now we're telling those people to go 30 feet away and don't come in this restaurant. If you want to smoke on a deck, you can't do it. I believe that the owners of the business or the lessees of the establishment, because we have vacant owners that own property and live in Calgary, and they lease it out to whatever business or organization it is, doesn't matter. I believe that it should be up to the owners of the building or the lessees that they've contracted to run their building. Let them decide what's going to happen. The other thing is, and that's one of the amendments I'm going to bring forward, the other one is that I believe 3 meters is largely enough space to be away from the doors. If we want to let an owner again decide 3 meters plus, you want to go 4, 5, 6, 7, doesn't matter. I think that those are the types of things that we need to do. We still have a lot of smokers in Saskatchewan, bar none. Whether it's the GLCR group, whether it's seniors, whether it's whoever it is. There's a lot of people. I'm not one, so you can't put this on me that I'm doing this because of the smokers, because I'm not one. But what I believe is that I think we're overstepping, because the next step is those decks are being driven, or people are driving by those decks every day with diesel trucks, bad car exhaust fumes, semi-trailers, everything that you want to talk about.
Time. No, please, I'd ask that there be no interaction from the gallery, please. And Councillor Flagel, if you want an amendment, you should do it now, because your 5 minutes are very close to being up. So
I will.
move to amendments now, please.
I'm going to do the amendment, but my point of the whole thing is that if we start dictating to each business the air quality around their business, then we got to stop driving cars, driving trucks, semis, service vehicles. Years ago, they used to talk about acid rain. That's another part that you're sitting on the deck. It could get rained on. There could be chemicals in there. Organic foods. So my amendment is 2 things. Let the owners and the lessees of businesses decide about their patios, whether they allow smoking or not. And any business...
One moment. Write this down first.
Well, I'm talking bars and... Okay. Okay, well, Councillor Masson said where minors are not present. And also, or a second, I don't know which is better, second amendment, that a 3-meter buffer zone plus, at the discretion of the owners, again, lessees, determine that distance, but it has to be a minimum of 3 meters. Again, where minors are. And also, if I could get an answer on my...
Well, just one moment. We'll deal with the amendment is clear. I'll call the amendment in order. So I would ask if there's a seconder for the amendment. Councillor Massanelli seconds it. Discussion on the amendment. Councillor Bryce and Councillor Stevens on the amendment.
Thank you. So what happens if the owner and the lessee are not on the same page and one wants smoking and one doesn't? Like, it doesn't, to me, it doesn't match up, first of all. I'm still not in favor of it, but it doesn't match up.
Can I explain that?
You can answer directly to the question.
Absolutely.
Not
the owner, the reason the two are put together is because there's owners of properties that run their own property, and then there's lessees that once you sign a contract to take over that business, the space is yours. So the owner would know what the lessee's intentions were.
Thank you for that. Councillor Stevens on the amendment.
So personally, I have no vested interest in smoking on patios. But I agree that people want to see this change. My question is for administration here. As an owner or lessee, can I not already do that? Can I not already say there will be no smoking on my premises, on the patio, and so on?
Through your worship, I'll
John
ask
Wright?
our city solicitor to answer.
Mr. Weary?
Your worship, I believe the practices that are in place now are rights that are exercised by property owners as part of their rights as owners of property and able to control activities on their property. So some of those restaurants or bars that have prohibited smoking on their patios are doing so as business owners.
I guess a follow-up to the second point of this motion, the 3-meter buffer zone, they would have the extent of their property to exercise property rights. So you could say, if you said that it has to be 10 meters away, do they even have the right to exercise anything beyond what is their property?
Mr. Weary?
If I understand the question, I think the answer is no. It's within their property line.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Other speakers to the amendment? Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm opposed to the amendment. This is an amendment about public health. We want to create an environment that's safe for children who use patios, for adults, for all people who use patios. Unless patios are covered, those people will be barred from going into a smoke-free environment. The whole point of this exercise is to say that people should be able to go out in the patio in a restaurant and enjoy a smoke-free meal with their families. As for the 3-meter buffer zone, we've done the consultation with the public. We have a recommendation from the administration. 10 meters appears to be the appropriate smoke-free area. So I'm opposed to these amendments. I think they would undermine the whole exercise.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Other speakers to the amendment? Councillor Massanelli.
First of all, the recommendation from administration wasn't the recommendation we followed up to come to this point right here. I just wanted to point that out. If I remember right, they had a package B before us, and we decided to go this route. The second thing I wanted to speak to was the point on minors. The amendment is specifically set out where minors are not present, so this would be a place where people are of age, such as the example portrayed by the delegation tonight. I wouldn't support anything where children would be around either, so that wouldn't even be on the plate. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Massanelli. Any other speakers on the amendment? I'll call the question. All those in favor of the amendment? Those opposed? Motion is defeated. Councillor Flegel, you have the floor just for literally a few seconds, but if you want, we'll have the solicitor provide an answer to your question. Mr. Weary?
Your Worship, thank you for the opportunity to review the draft bylaw, and I can advise Council that the scenario that Councillor Flegel described is covered under the definition of enclosed public place, which states means all or any part of a building or other enclosed place or conveyance to which the public is customarily admitted or invited to. So that would be the situation that would apply to, I think, what I heard you describe. So if it's an enclosed public place, then in my view, it's covered by this definition.
So if I just clarify, so if
Councillor Flegel?
somebody wanted to go smoke in front of City Hall at 2 o'clock in the morning, in front of the doors, they couldn't do it.
Mr. Weary?
That's the way that it currently reads.
Okay, thanks. Just in closing, I didn't want to be one to have us dictate to owners what to do with their businesses, but I respect what Council said. I don't disagree with the bylaw, but I did disagree with my points that I made on the amendment, and I just don't want to feel that we're dictating to somebody that's trying to make a profit in the Regina.
Thank you, Councillor Flegel. Are there other speakers to the bylaw? Councillor Murray.
Thank you, Your Worship. With this bylaw, I support this bylaw, and the reason why is it's an umbrella health issue that we're talking about here. It's not dictating to individuals if they can and can't smoke, but what it is it's about health. So to that point, I think that our LGBTQ citizens, their health is just as important as the health of the rest of our citizens. So for that reason, I am sympathetic to some of the challenges, but if there is indeed significant safety issues, that's a separate conversation I think we have to have in our city. So for that, I do support the bylaw as it is without an exemption. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Murray. other speakers to the amendment? Councillor Young.
Thank you, Your Worship. One of the things that came along with this package was a review of the literature on the effects of smoking on the public. And it underscores one of the reasons why we are doing this, that it is a public health issue, not only because of the individual that is affected and the people around them who might be affected, but it's also a public health issue from the standpoint of trying to care for those people who have been smoking and who have issues later in life. I had both parents die of lung cancer, so I observed that as a younger person, and I know what a toll that takes on the healthcare system, but especially on the families of those people. So I have children now, some of whom smoke, and they are for this bylaw. And they say that, in fact, they never smoke around other people. They're very careful about what they do. They are responsible. So I understand the issue of people who smoke, would rather not, but are addicted to it, and take it upon themselves to make sure that secondhand smoke is not going to affect other people. So this bylaw, I think, is a very important one. And the other thing I would note, Your Worship, is that change is difficult. Even if you want the change, it's difficult because it means you have to change your behavior and change the way you do things. And so even if you want this bylaw to pass and you yourself are a smoker and you have to change some of your habits, this is something that is difficult for people to do. But in the long run, it's best for you and for the people around you. We're not asking people not to smoke. We're asking them to not smoke in public places where there are people with all kinds of asthma and other issues, and children. And so I think this is a very fair bylaw, and I am going to support it.
Thank you, Councillor Young. Councillor Fundera.
Thank you, Worship. Off the start, I'd like to ask a question. The delegation brought the question saying about exemptions. Just explain, what would that look like? I mean, we're looking at a bylaw which is blanket and one, and then we're pulling things in and out of it. Let's say if we go and debate that and do an exemption, what would that look like?
Mr. Onright.
Through Your Worship, I'll ask our city solicitor to comment.
Mr. Weary.
Your Worship, the bylaw is currently drafted does contain an exemption section. So it would simply, if council was going to consider adding to the exemptions that are currently set out there, it would simply be a question of identifying the nature of the exemption, and it could be built into the bylaw. But we would require, as Mr. Onright has indicated, if there are to be any changes to the bylaw, it would require a tabling so that we could redraft the bylaw and bring it back to the next council meeting.
Okay. Thank you. To Your Worship. Another question then in the same direction. When I asked about what would that do, we are protecting not just ourselves, but we're vulnerable. I haven't touched a cigarette in about 28 years. I had to do that. I had to do that myself. I do have smokers at home as well, and I do have conversation with friends and family that do smoke, and they have their spot, and they're not upset about things. But the question is the question was from delegation of a special exemption. I know there's no special exemptions anywhere in our jurisdiction of municipalities. The delegation stressed safety and all that. I mean, if we start trying to rework or tinker with the bylaw, that's my question. What would that look like? What's then one exemption follow another exemption, another exemption? What would that look like?
Mr. Onright.
Through Your Worship, I think when you start bringing exemptions into the bylaw, it does complicate matters. The playing field is not the same across the board, and one exemption will warrant others to come forth and ask for further exemptions. So it complicates it. The recommendation in front of council tonight is pretty straightforward, and it through communication with the community, I think can be a fairly easy transition. But when you do bring exemptions in, it does complicate matters.
Okay.
I'll ask Mr. Wurry to comment further if he wishes.
Mr. Wurry?
Your Worship, just to answer Councillor Fundura's question, if the wish of council was to grant an exemption for the GLCR delegation property, then it probably would need to be identified as a specific exemption that would define the property line or the business that would be subject to the exemption. The only other comment I'd make with respect to the application of the provisions of the bylaw as currently worded is that the way that the definition is set up, patios where there's no food, drink permitted, where no service occurs, and no seating is provided are, as the bylaw is currently written, exempt. The problem that's created for the club in question is the 10-meter rule that we've put in here, which extends the 3 meters, which is the subject of provincial regulation, to 10 meters, which is what's being recommended by administration to be put in the bylaw for the city smoking bylaw. So that, I suppose, is one other option here, is that there is a question of whether there is an exemption that would already apply for clubs like that, depending on the nature of the use of the outdoor space.
Okay. So now the thought is, we have a little bit of a difficult to make a choice on here. Another question I have is the engagement process. The delegation mentioned that they were just informed and communicated with through electronic means. Can someone give me an answer how well everyone was informed, and so what would someone say something now that they only had very limited conversation?
Mr. Onrait?
Through your worship, communication to the general public about the open houses was done through 2 forms. One of those was done through radio, the other through the paper. We had respondents. We had a respondents to the survey of 9,400, and I will make note. We had 4,300 comments come through the online surveys, and there were no comments specific to the property in question through those online comments.
So thank you, Worship. To finish off here, I do understand, I do feel about what the citizens and people are asking for. We cannot make a decision so everyone's going to be happy. But at the same time, I like to see the bylaws as it stands, because, I mean, if we start pulling all the things different ways, it's not going to work. And I'm hearing from other jurisdictions that it's working. So I think by making some changes here might disrupt its purpose. So in that sense, I'm going to stay with the bylaw. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fundura. Other speakers to the report? Councillor Stevens.
Thank you, and thank you to the administration team for putting this together. It wasn't easy, but I think what really makes, well, it's difficult, but what makes our job possible here is the evidence, the research, the public consultation that was actually invested in this process. And certainly my hat's off to Bylaw and Fire and Protective Services for the work they put into this. When I had come here tonight, I thought it was kind of going to be a lock, but be it a last-minute notice about the concerns raised by the nightclub and the membership of the nightclub are actually quite important. And what I'm concerned with in terms of the response was this hasn't been a problem in other jurisdictions. A problem based on the assessment provided by the nightclub could actually mean physical assault and serious problems. I don't think we should risk that. That's not something you want to wait until afterwards to start thinking about. So I would move here that in addition to the recommendations, exemptions be considered for reasons of privacy, security, and safety of patrons.
That's the motion. We'll get this down.
That exemptions be considered for reasons of privacy, security, and safety.
So, Councillor Cedar, are you saying this particular property or any place where there is? I mean, is it a more generalized exemption or just to the site specific?
I would say it would be general, so it wouldn't be isolated to the nightclub in question, but it would actually be a consideration for given exemptions. I think there's a question of fairness here as well.
Okay. So, do I have a seconder for the motion? Okay. Councillor Flegel. On the amendment, do you want to speak further to it?
Very briefly. I think it's been said what the purpose is here. I'd actually like to hear from administration about what this would entail. Currently, there is language in here for granting exemptions. There is some reference to legislation. With the consideration process, I want to make sure that the spirit of the bylaw is still in place, but also that the process itself is fair and expedited, but considers these concerns, privacy, security, and safety, which were actually quite effectively represented by the delegates earlier.
Thank you for that. Councillor Bryce, on the amendment.
Pardon me?
On the amendment.
On the amendment. I feel that we have this in front of us tonight for safety issues. And here we are having some subjective type language around exemptions, and I don't feel that's right. I still think this is a public health issue, and I think we need to move forward with this recommendation as it's presented to us tonight, not with the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. Councillor Flegel.
Thank you. I just want to speak on this real quickly. I know I seconded this just to get the discussion going. What I'd like to know is I'd rather see it just as a one-off at this particular point, because then if somebody wants to come back into the bylaw, we could then, if they can justify concern, it might be better served that we look at what's in front of us today with, and like Councillor Bryce said, we'll deal with tonight, and it is. But in this particular case, the GLCR people felt that it was necessary for them to come here because of issues that have happened already, not going to happen, but have happened. And if anybody else comes in down the road, it's something that we need to look at as a one-off. It's no different than police having to deal with issues. I get that we could look at it later on after an incident happens, but this could be a possible way to stop any issues that might happen in their facility today and give them the peace and satisfaction. So I'm just saying that as a suggestion, but if the mover wants to, if you want to keep it as is, then that's fine too.
Thank you, Councillor Flegel. Other speakers to the amendment? Councillor Massanelli.
Although I got some gray hair, I still head her down to Duty Street once in a while. And there's lots of bars down there, and I've seen how young people enjoy smoking still and drinking. When you come to reasons of privacy, security, and safety, I have to agree. I don't want to be responsible for a young person who might have had too much to drink having to wander out of a bar with friends to go partake in a cigarette and have odd or bad things happen away from that. So I see this. I've seen it firsthand, and for that reason I will be supporting the amendment.
Okay. Other speakers to the amendment? Councillor Hawkins.
Your Worship, it's precisely because I'm concerned about the security and safety of all of our citizens, men, women, young, old, children, gay and lesbian, all of our citizens, that I believe that the safety threat posed by smoking is by far the greater danger here. I also believe that if there are other safety and security threats, we have to deal with those, but we won't be dealing with them tonight in this motion. We have to deal with them in a more systematic and studied manner. So for the safety and security of all of our citizens, I won't be supporting this amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Councillor O'Donnell.
Thanks very much. I'm glad this came forward. I'm glad that we would have the debate. I think it's identified now a few times in our discussion that there is an issue in and around the club. I didn't hear that it is directly related to, although I know it was implied about smoking, but there's an issue. I mean, I could be standing outside the club 3 meters, 6 meters, 9 meters away, no smoking, just visiting, and the same issue is there. I would prefer that this matter with the people here and with our police commissioners that we be referred back to there so that the issues can be dealt with. This to me is separate from smoking. Cannot support the amendment.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. Other speakers to the amendment? Councillor Murray.
Through your worship, thanks. I also agree with Councillor O'Donnell. I think this is part of a safety and security is a far bigger issue that we're dealing with here. I think that is very important that we work with the police on this with the GLC to commit to a safe environment for all of our citizens. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Murray. Other speakers to the amendment? No. I want to speak to the amendment, so Councillor O'Donnell, if you take the chair, please.
Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. I rise to speak against the motion, and I'll tell you why. I believe it's too general. The category of definition, we've heard one definition tonight, which I think is extremely compelling, and I'll speak to that in just a moment. But privacy, safety, security is everywhere. Everyone wants that. So it is too broad to be able to be applied in I think, a fair and reasonable way. If it was applied directly to this instance, I'd find it compelling. I'm not sure I could agree with it, but I certainly would give it support. What I'd like to see, and I hope someone moves the motion before we close debate here, is to refer the site-specific issues that's been raised by the delegation to be looked at to provide a greater sense of security and safety for the organization, be it police, be it planning, be it some form of lighting in the back alley, wherever it may be. I would support that, but I'm very concerned about the motion as written is wide open. It effectively, anybody will come to us and argue, well, my organization, my restaurant, wherever I'm at is I'm in an area of town that is not safe in their subjective opinion, perhaps, and therefore they would seek an exemption as well. So to repeat, that motion as written, I cannot support. I want a very clear application of a way we can assist the company or the organization question in a referral motion, but doesn't apply to this bylaw because I think exemptions are difficult to do. Thank you. Other speakers to the amendment? Councillor Steve, you can close debate if you'd like.
I wonder if perhaps with permission from the seconder, if it could be specific to the Q nightclub. It seemed to be your mood and to actually make it very specific to an organization, considering what we've heard here.
We'll need consent of all of council to withdraw a motion that's on the floor for debate. This is a very different one than has been there, so I'd like to treat this one first and then move forward. So if there's anybody who is agrees to withdraw this motion, or would you rather have a vote? And I will say I'd rather have a vote of this motion first. Anyone else? We'll call the question on this amendment. All those in favor to the amendment? Those opposed? Motion is defeated. You have about 3 minutes left on your time on the main motion now.
Thank you.
Councillor Stevens?
That an exemption be granted for Q nightclub.
The motion's in order. Do I have a seconder for it? Councillor Massanelli. Okay, we'll begin the rounds on debating the amendment. Speakers to the amendment. Councillor Bryce.
Thank you. I don't want to put words into somebody's mouth, but we just heard from administration that having exemptions is a slippery slope. we're going to get somebody who thinks that they need to be exempted as well. So I prefer not to have any exemptions. It works in other provinces, as we've heard, so I think that that's the way we need to have it here. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. Other speakers to the amendment? Councillor Young.
Your Worship, your words and Councillor O'Donnell's words hit the nail on the head. This safety issue for the club is something that we should pay attention to. And so I don't know whether we have to make a motion to that effect at some point in time, or we simply defer it to the administration to look to see what they can do.
There are two ways to do this, Councillor Young. One, it would be an amendment. The other would be an undertaking by the administration, as long as we're clear on the intent, and we can ask the city manager to understand if we do this, if they're clear on what the intent would be.
Okay. So I think that would be the way to go with this.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Young. Other speakers to the amendment? Councillor Massanelli.
I have a question more than anything to the amendment.
Is it on the amendment, though? It must be on the amendment.
Indirectly. When you talked about your undertaking, can I address that, or is that?
Not right now.
Then now's not time for me to speak.
That would not be necessarily the case right now. Unless you were going to go directly to an amendment. Okay. You want to speak to the amendment as written? Okay. So we have the amendment before us. I'm going to call the question. All those in favor of the amendment? Those opposed? Motion is defeated. Okay, so we're back to the main motion. And Councillor Stevens, you've got about 2 minutes to go on your time left over.
Third try here. All right, how are we going to do this? My intent here is to refer a motion to administration to consider exemptions on grounds of privacy, security, and safety. So just if you walk me through this, the idea would take the first motion to administration for consideration, and then they would have time to consult and to actually go through what this exemption would look like and bring it back.
I just want to see what's written here in terms of a referral motion. Providing exemptions based on privacy, security,
safety.
And safety. I'm going to, if that's your wording, I'm going to rule that we've just voted to say that we would not have an exemption based on those categories, so I'll rule this out of order.
Could you walk me through how I could get something similar to administration to consider?
You could ask for a referral motion to consider I have to think about that one, because you're doing what was just.
I want to rise on a point of procedure here.
Yeah.
I'm not sure the chair needs to craft a motion for the councillor. If the councillor's got a motion, he should put it on the floor.
I think I'll leave it to you to do that, but I would say, as written now, the motion is out of order. We just voted to not proceed with that, so I would not want to proceed with that referral motion.
Okay, fair enough. One last concern about the bylaws and the motion as it currently stands. Walk me through what open space is considered. What would be considered as open space where we prohibited from smoking within the city limits?
Mr. Onright?
Through your worship, I'll maybe ask Ms. Lai to comment first, and then our city solicitor.
Ms. Lai?
Through your worship, the way that we've defined it is included in our definition of outdoor public space, and so that would be any outdoor area of city-owned, controlled, or operated property that is open to the public or to which the public is invited or admitted. And it provides some further explanation there as to what that includes. What it excludes would be sidewalks, streets, and under the definition of streets, that parking lots would also be excluded.
So if I'm in Victoria Park, someone's sitting on the bench, they're smoking in there, they would be in violation of this, regardless of their proximity to a playground or where children likely would be.
Ms. Lai?
Through your worship, that is correct.
Okay. I guess I'm a bit concerned about the sweeping nature of that within the current bylaw. And I would actually like to see that removed. So I would put a motion on the floor that we remove open spaces from the bylaw. I'd like to have a discussion about this.
There was sort of, I'm going to talk to the clerk about this one, but this is contradictory to the main motion. There's the actual contradiction to it. And I'll just confer with the city clerk on this one, but I'll tell you off the top, my disposition is that this is out of order because it goes directly against the main motion. That one of the basic tenets of procedure bylaws is that you can't introduce a motion that is a direct contradiction to the motion. That being said, you could ask for an undertaking to review this and have the administration come back for it, and that would be an informal request to have a review of that as part of the review of the bylaw. I would think that's not a motion. That is something that is reasonably to be done. The administration would be prepared to do that, I'm quite certain, because you will review the bylaw. I would accept that as being in order. You've got about 10 seconds to go.
So I'm pleased with that approach.
Okay. To the administration, you understand the request of a referral and the definition of open spaces, to look at that in a general sense in terms of the practice of it, the implementation of it.
Through your worship, so you're still going to continue to go and vote on the main motion?
Yes, the main motion is not changed.
But you're asking for
an undertaking,
further definition around open space and clarity around that?
It's not a motion, it's an undertaking.
Yes, we can do that.
Thank you very much for that. Other speakers to the main motion? Before, Councilor Dow, you close debate, I'd like to speak to the main motion.
Mr. Mayor, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. Rise in support of the motion before us, and I do want to thank Mr. Marquardt for his comments, his diligence, and his very informative answers and approach, and the respectful way in which he brought this forward. He brings some compelling arguments that are unique, and I think it's got certainly the attention of every member of council. We can all speak about the importance of public health, and the reason for the bylaw changes is to change the norms, the values, the practices in a way that can provide a safer, healthy environment for everyone, no matter where you are. The bylaw recommendations of report changes changed at Executive Committee for some very compelling reasons, and I support that. We've all talked about our own experiences with respect to cancer, and that has happened. I have two sisters-in-law that have passed away in the last 2 years. My brother is in certain difficult circumstances. So I feel this too on a personal level, but I also feel this in a public sense of our obligation, having consulted with the public, to move forward with the bylaw as it is. I will support the bylaw as it is 100%, but I would want to see the administration undertake with Mr. Marquardt and his organization a review of the safety components of that building, to see if there's a way, by way of zoning, by way of police, by way of other lighting in the alleyways, to provide enhanced support for that organization. I'll make that amendment if I could.
That was an amendment, Madam Deputy Clerk.
But this in no way changes the passage of the bylaw or the report.
So I'll get you to, in a second, repeat that and let her catch up.
That the administration undertake a review of the environment around the GLCR building.
CR. Yep.
To enhance safety. to enhance safety for the membership.
Just a point of order, just before you go on, Mr. Mayor. So we're talking about a smoking bylaw here tonight. So I just talked to the city clerk to see if this is in order for a motion rather than an undertaking, and I'll leave it up to you. So I just want a point of order that I don't feel that this is actually within the realm that we're talking about tonight.
I think it is, and we'll see what the clerk says. But we'll leave it to the clerk.
So just, look the other way, we'll have a conversation.
Directly related to the bylaw. Well, to maybe perhaps get rid of the ambiguity, I could have this as an undertaking to have it done, but I want it known as a request of this council that we do that review and provide in an expedited way a review of the safety environment around the building with respect to lighting, police, and other ways that we can enhance that.
I think that both the clerk and I would agree with the undertaking notion here. So we don't vote on the undertaking that is there.
I'd be comfortable with having that as an undertaking to bring it forward, but I would urge members of council to support the bylaw to provide a strong voice to our community that we want a safe environment where people are healthy and they can provide ways that we're safe and the issue with smoking, I think, will be comprehensive enough that we can say that the people are safe and the smoking is uniformly applied without any exemptions. Thank you.
And to the city manager, are you clear on the undertaking?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, yes, we're clear. We'll work with the GLCR, we'll work with our partners in the Regina Police Service, and we'll explore options to resolve the safety concerns.
Thank you.
Mr. City Manager, a time of a possible return. Your call. Mr. City Manager.
Yeah, through you, Your Worship, I think we'll undertake to do it as quickly as we can, but I think a conversation with the police service and the GLCR is the appropriate first step. Once we have an understanding of the scope and magnitude of the concern and the situation, then I think the timing can be determined at that point.
Thank you very much. Councilor Donald, to close debate.
Thanks very much. If I could just...
hold on one. Oh. I thought you had. Okay, Councilor Hawkins, go right ahead.
And I'll be very brief. We have two undertakings here for the administration. I support the second undertaking, but I want to be absolutely clear. If this motion passes, the question of safety, the question of open space, is not to be resolved by tinkering with the import, the effect of this smoking motion. Safety means maybe better lighting, maybe better policing, maybe different zoning, any one of a number of things, but it cannot undermine the import of this motion if it passes, and that is also true for the open space. I just want to make that crystal clear.
Thank you, Councilor Hawkins. Good point.
Just a point of order, Your Worship. This is just a suggestion on the GLCR building directly. Would we be able to include dialogue with the GLCR staff on any other facilities in the city that face similar challenges?
Well, we're only dealing with one building. That was the undertaking was for one building.
I was just thinking, given the nature of the security and the challenges.
Okay. I think I've got everyone else has spoken on the main motion. You haven't spoken on it? Okay. Councilor Massanelli.
Thank you. Actually, I have a question for the administration. Going through this and after asking the young lady from the Lung Association about vaping, if the science turns out to show that vaping is less harmful than smoking that it has so far, and we tie in this bylaw, a lot of smokers are going to be looking for something to do differently to get off their habit. And if that is a safer alternative, How hard is that going to be to unwind from this bylaw to allow them a safer alternative? Through you, Mayor.
Mr. Onright?
Through your worship, I'll ask City Solicitor to answer.
Your Worship.
Go ahead.
I believe it would simply be a change in the definition, because the way that smoking is defined, and then vaping is defined. So if we were going to change the bylaws so that vaping was no longer a prohibited activity outdoors, then we would simply delete the definition, and then so there'd be some slight modifications. It wouldn't be difficult.
Okay, thank you. Just because it was a new science, if something changed, I wanted to make sure we didn't tie it down, not give people out there.
Thank you, Councillor Mastanelli. I think everyone has spoken to the main motion. Closing debate is Councillor O'Donnell.
I just want to go back for a moment. What got us here? We had asked the province a number of years ago, and repeatedly for a few years, to make a decision for the province. All of you, just about to a person, has talked about the health issues associated with this, and that is their jurisdiction. And so we ended up, after hearing directly from the Minister of Health at the SUMA Convention last year, that they were not prepared to do that, and so we have before us the bylaw. Two, I want to commend our staff, because when you have to go through thousands of people and their opinion, just like tonight, you have to put something together. I think the work they did was terrific, but it also reflects the view of the public. And so I'm really comfortable with what we have here. I would concur with the notion, I'm not really looking for a review. I'm not looking for a review of open space. I'm looking for this bylaw to be enacted and for us to carry on. Support this.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. There are no other speakers. Since you've closed debate, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? It's carried unanimously.
May I request a 10-minute recess?
Seconder, please. Councillor Flagel. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Be back at 20 to the hour. I'd like to call the meeting back to order, if I could, please. Yes. We're getting close to quorum, so Councillor Stevens, sorry if you would. Okay, I'd like to call the meeting to order and want to go to our delegations for the Transportation Master Plan. The first delegation is Brett Ward. Mr. Ward, if you could identify yourself for the record, who you are, who you represent. You have 5 minutes for your presentation, and there may be questions of members of council afterwards.
Sure. Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Brett Ward, and I'm here representing just myself, but friends, family, and neighbors. We discuss development and planning decisions at the hockey rinks and dinner parties. I'm encouraged to hear all the conversation tonight about concern for safety, because that's why I'm here. Safety concerns on the residential streets in East Regina due to the volume and the speed of traffic that we're currently experiencing. I grew up in East Regina. I live there now. I carpool downtown every morning, and I take either a bus or a bike home daily. I'm an engineer, and I work for Public Works Canada. I manage infrastructure and construction projects, building roads, bridges, and buildings, 7-8 figure dollar range feasibility studies through closeout. East Regina has seen rapid growth in the last 10 years without the improvements to infrastructure to support it. Residential streets are now major thoroughfares, and arterial roads are at capacity. We've seen rollovers, vehicles up on the front steps, countless fender benders on the residential streets. Safety concerns are significant. Be it our deadlines, busy lives, or textings, vehicles are not stopping for pedestrians. I've been there with kids in tow at the crossing points on Edinburgh, Assiniboia, Wascana Circle, and all the rest. Vehicles move quick, and they don't give way to pedestrians anymore. We no longer feel safe in our neighborhoods. It's the City of Regina responsibility to protect its residents. Funds have been collected in tax and service agreement fees for infrastructure to support the development, but the infrastructure has not been built. As a policy document, Transportation Master Plan is sufficient. It helps set priorities. As a planning document, it falls short. Projects listed in the appendix are seemingly not prioritized based on cost-benefit. We could find no cost estimates. There's no parent ranking nor description of methodology on how the projects were chosen and how they meet the Transportation Master Plan objectives. What assumptions were made to develop the list? If the analysis has not been done in the past, leading up to the report, I'm sure it's going to be done as proposals are flushed out. It's a city responsibility. City Council is accountable for the approvals, and we encourage you to look at the details of the assumptions made during the modeling and the ranking of the projects when they are proposed for funding. Transportation Master Plan does acknowledge that the majority of commuters in East Regina move at peak periods towards the city centre for employment and school. The reality is bottlenecks and missing links. A northbound off-ramp at Assiniboia, a residential street with a school, does not get more commuters downtown. It will not improve congestion, and it's going to increase safety concerns. It's not a good value for money. At the May 11, 2017 Public Works and Infrastructure Committee meeting, I heard that the TMP was going to be a living document moving forward, open to changes. We requested Assiniboine Avenue northbound off-ramp be removed from Appendix B. Not in the TMP is Arcola Avenue. There's currently, as 2013-14 data suggests, 45,000 daily commuters using this corridor. It's good value for money to continuously improve Arcola. Using a benchmark of 300,000 population of Regina to trigger consideration for Arcola improvement is short-sighted. It fails to consider the impact of commuting pressure from White City, Balgonie, and points beyond. We request the City Council include consideration of projects on Arcola within the next 25 years. We appreciate the physical limitations and the life cycle expectations of the infrastructure on Arcola. However, timing of lights and the use of cameras can be improved at low cost, and it can be done now. The traffic flow down Arcola must be given the priority until other capacity over the ring road is built somewhere. As a positive in the Transportation Master Plan, there's a recommendation for a new road connecting Prince of Wales to Wascana Parkway. We believe it's a good recommendation, and I heard from city employees in May 11 Public Works meeting the Prince of Wales to Wascana Parkway will improve congestion and safety in East Regina. These roads are double lane with a center boulevard. They're not residential, and they will move traffic off of residential roads onto a safe route, and it will get more commuters downtown. Assiniboine Avenue is not this. We request City Council elevate Prince of Wales to Wascana Parkway project to the forefront and fund it. It can be funded in full or it can be funded in phases. Develop
Mr. Ward, you have 1 minute to go on your time.
Yep, thank you. We understand the needs. Develop a detailed cost estimate to help align with funding. Go at it in pieces progressively, but start it now. TMP also discusses bikes and buses. I take a bike or bus daily. Bikes have not been safe for a long time on Arcola and decreasingly so on Assiniboine. We need to look at improving safety of bikes. I agree. As a suggestion, consider where bikes are moving, possibly a preferential route down Assiniboine to get commuters through the park that connects them with downtown safely. As for the bus, I'm one of only about 5 people that takes the bus to East Regina, east of the Ring Road daily during peak hours. It will take something drastic to increase ridership. Changes to routes or park and ride scenario really aren't great solutions. 5 minutes isn't sufficient to convey knowledge and experience, so we'll continue to discuss with the friends and neighbors, and we'll provide something to you in writing to follow up. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Right on time. Thank you for your presentation. And there may be questions from members of council afterwards. Questions? Councillor Flegel.
Thanks. Just want to ask you a question. The Regina bypass is coming in the next, 2019. It will actually go from Arcola Avenue through to Highway 11. Do you think that'll help take away some of the traffic congestion concerns that you've been addressing?
You know what? I think that temporarily it will, because it's going to remove traffic off of Vic. But that's quickly going to fill up, because you look at the further development east of town. You got a lot safer routes now for commuters coming in for Belgoni and Pilot Butte. The development that's going to happen out there because of that, they got the grocery stores, they got the home centers. It's going to explode out there. So it's going to quickly, anything that's rerouted off of Vic, which are the major roundabout traffic, it's going to fill up, we believe, quite quickly with development further east in Regina.
Do you also think that maybe the Greens and the Creeks residents would start to go to the bypass instead of going downtown so they can get to South Albert?
Well, I think it depends where they're going, but Transportation Master Plan does define that most of the traffic in East Regina and the congestion problems are people trying to get downtown. I don't think people from the Creeks are going to take that bypass route. You end up 3 miles south of Albert, and then you're going to fight traffic all the way down Albert to get downtown.
Yeah, okay. I just thought
Yeah,
now,
good question.
Could you clarify? I heard you say you're one of only 5 people that rides the bus?
Yeah, well, approximately that's all that's left east of the Ring Road.
Oh, okay. After so the bus isn't just 5 people going, but after the Ring Road, you're saying there's only 5 people that go in?
About that, yeah, daily.
Really?
Yeah.
That's interesting. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Flegel. Councillor Brasciani.
Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Ward, for speaking tonight. I would just like to get your thoughts on, I guess, the northbound ramp off of Assiniboine. What do you think about congestion there, and give me your thoughts on that.
Well, a couple of points, really. That route, with only a southbound exit, Assiniboine is pretty much at capacity. Adding a northbound ramp doesn't really gain us anything, because, again, the Transportation Master Plan recognizes that the issue is getting over the Ring Road. Me getting northbound on the Ring Road doesn't get me downtown. It's not a bad expenditure to get me to add to roadway, but it doesn't really solve the problem that we're experiencing now. It doesn't get commuters downtown. I don't really currently, as a commuter in East Regina, have too much trouble getting northbound. I can move down Prince of Wales. I can take the northbound exit ways off of Arcola, off of Vic. I can even get all the way to Dewdney. Northbound isn't really a problem because people aren't going that way.
And one more question, Your Worship. So I guess, why do you feel that more people do not take the bus from East Regina?
That's a tough one. And I've asked a lot of people that lately. And the first thing that people say is, oh, well, it's an inconvenience. It takes too long. I said, well, my experience, it doesn't take long. For me to take the bus, and I live on University Park East, Varsity Park, and it takes me door to door. Taking the bus is about the same amount of time, within 5 minutes, that it takes me to drive, park and get to work. Door to door, it's about the same. So I tell people that, and they said, oh, well, it's too expensive. I said, well, okay, maybe, but what's the wear and tear on your vehicle? What do you pay for parking? I don't really know, to be honest, but I think it's convenience. If I'm taking the bus, I can I have to leave it at the schedule of the busing system. And I can accommodate that. It hasn't been a hardship, but I can see how it might look like it's an inconvenience. I don't believe so, but I can see how it looks that way. And the other thing that I think of is when you're in high school and you get a license, you get a car, it's the first thing you do, drive the car, you get off the bus. Like, there's a stigma there still, right? So, it's going to change perception. It's going to take changing perception in order for people to really use the transportation system, I think, anyway.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Prashani. Other questions? Councillor Massanelli.
Hi, I noticed your professional designation, so I want to ask you a couple of professional questions. So, being an engineer for public works and government services, and us having this bypass go around our city, would the Government of Canada have any large expenditures making such a huge traffic change, or would they let it settle out for a while before they start to make adjustments in your professional capacity?
Oh, I can't speak for the Government of Canada. I don't hold the checkbook.
Okay. Okay, but I guess if you were to have something like this that might change traffic flows, would you be anxious to spend money beforehand, or would you have a settle-out period? And if so, how long would you think it would take to settle out and see what the traffic flows change to and try to make an accurate idea or description after that?
I'd be curious to see what the modeling has in it right now, the assumptions that are made and where the traffic data came from. You can predict a lot of things just by tinkering with some numbers, but you can also get those numbers to say whatever it is you want it to say.
Mm-hmm. Totally understand. Statistics are like that, aren't they?
Yeah.
Yeah. What would your time frame for some type of change like this be if you were ruler of the world and you could change anything? How much importance would you put to this?
So I'm going to ask you just for a little bit of clarity. I'm not sure I quite understand.
A lot of different expenditures in the city. You're East Ender, so this is important to you.
Yeah.
Have to bear in mind everyone in the city has a right, and there's only so much to go around.
Yep.
Being of your profession and where you work, you're kind of familiar with public money and what goes on. What type of a time frame would be a comfortable point if you were professionally in charge of this to address this problem?
I think it's important to look at the criteria of how you're making the decision. Mm-hmm. What are you giving for a value of safety? If I'm pushing more volume of traffic through a residential street, I might consider that a weight more towards concerning. Mm-hmm. And I'd see where all my different proposals rank in that system, and I'd prioritize based on that. And I do appreciate the funding cycle and the balance of managing a city, and that is not easy, I'm sure. There's some judgment that does need to be worked through. I know there are other areas in the city that do need the work, but we're talking already of a 25-year plan, and so I think we're already past the infrastructure to support the development that's currently approved. The development that's approved is still filling up, and once we do get the bypass, we're going to see more coming from the east. I know I'm not answering your question real well.
No, that's fine, because I feel the same way about the whole problem. It's not my area, but I understand the pain that people are feeling. I'm trying to find my own thoughts and feelings on it, and I guess I'm looking to you for a little bit of insight, because you do have a profession.
4 or 5 years ago, we started, digging into this kind of stuff a little bit, and the first thing that's myself, my neighbors, and we started talking, only a few years ago, and realizing everybody's phone in the city, everybody's talking about this, right? And we just kept getting told, yeah, we're studying it. Yeah, we're going to do a study. Yeah, we need to do a study. Yeah, we recognize the problem. Well, then we sort of said, okay, well, why haven't we built this stuff? Well, we can't afford it. Well, why can't we afford it? Service agreement fees. So that's the first red light that went up for us as a group a couple of years ago. And we're happy to see that got addressed. I still am not sure that I can understand the calculation, the equation that goes through for that. I don't know. It's all linked together. I can't really help provide too much clarity, I suppose, but.
Okay. Nope, that's fine. I'm looking for information. You're up here to speak, so I appreciate your time.
Yeah, I'm coming.
Thank you, Councillor Massanelli. Other questions of the delegation? Thank you very much for your presentation and answering questions. You can return to the gallery.
Thanks.
And next delegation is Jim Elliott. Mr. Elliott, for the record, if you could identify yourself and who you represent, you have 5 minutes as well for your presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of council. My name is Jim Elliott, and over the past close to 30 years, I've been providing advice on on how to reduce carbon dioxide emissions as well as enhancing the use of transit bicycles for mobility purposes and walking. Now, this plan, if it was in place before much of the city was built, we would have significantly changed the dynamics and abilities of many residents to get around this city. Most strikingly, we would be healthier doing it. This city would be more resilient, more capable of weathering the various economic storms that we've had in the past decade, as well as demands on our road infrastructure. I would also assert that we would have needed to spend less money and would have been much closer to being fully caught up with our road infrastructure. But unfortunately, this plan comes after much of it is built. It doesn't go far enough along the path to sustainability, as well as it doesn't keep us in step with what is happening across the country as well as across the globe, specifically around reducing carbon dioxide emissions. Now, all students of healthcare promotion know that promoting active transportation in urban communities produces a healthier and a more engaged resident. More people are on the street, which encourages and supports local neighborhood businesses as well as lessens crime. Now, this city has had 4 iterations of full bicycle network plan with little to show for all the efforts of the consultants, and the public is in giving its necessary guidance and approval to proceed to have substantially more bike lanes, more modifications to our current infrastructure, as well as more accommodations to those increasingly using the bicycle to commute to work, to university, and to other destinations. Now, this plan also says that transit is to be prioritized, but unfortunately, the default or the easiest route for most council is to go with simply upgrading and expanding the number of kilometers of roads in this city, as the previous delegation just pointed out. Now, that's talking about bicycles and transit. Pedestrian mobility, I would say that there's a hodgepodge of barriers in the city, and this would indicate to me, too, that there's no effective plan to clear away any of those barriers once and for all. Many parts of this city have no sidewalks, which means pedestrians have to walk on the street. We're still producing right-angled curbs in older neighborhoods when the suburban areas have eliminated that barrier to getting off the sidewalk onto the street, mid-street. There's also parts of the commercial district where if you walk, you're expected to walk over 100 meters just to get to the store. And if you decide to take transit, a lot of times the transit stops are islands without crosswalks, sidewalks, or ways to get to your destination. And again, many of the crosswalks have curb cuts that go south when you want to go east. They have large puddles during rain seasons as well as patches of ice in the winter. And if you use mobility devices, there are many more barriers, and it gets worse in the wintertime. Now, the city was part of the first 3 cities in Canada to join the 20% club, taking actions to reduce carbon dioxide emissions. And this country is coming, in the coming year or so, will be moving significantly to reduce the carbon footprint. And this city will need to be in step with this feature of urban planning.
Mr. Yali, you have 1 minute left on your time.
Thank you. I'll skip to the last point, in which I will say, if we truly are going to put a curb to the number of single occupancy vehicles on the road, we must do the following: set carbon dioxide emission goals and targets for reducing the number of single occupancy vehicles on the roads, increase funding and service frequency to our current transit and paratransit system without increasing the fare to the user, implement and complete the entire bike lane system within 10 years, and lastly, promote the use of active transportation in all areas of work and play. Now, if we want to become a progressive city that keeps up with other municipalities, takes care of our environment and health of our citizens, then we need to prioritize active transportation. People will not do this if they don't feel safe, if it's not cheaper or more convenient right now.
Mr.
it's
Adams, I'm going
neither.
to have to stop you there. I know you're on
Thank you.
CM, but it is 5 minutes. Thank you so much for your presentation. Other questions of the delegation? I know you have a lot of supporting material as well as your appendices too, so I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Good. Thank you very much. We'll move to our next delegation, John Klein. Mr. Klein, for the record, you can identify yourself, who you represent. You have 5 minutes as well for your presentation.
Thank you, Your Worship. I've been waiting a lot of years for Regina to have a plan that includes more bicycle infrastructure. Now you have the opportunity to improve the safety and convenience of Regina for people moving around it. 2 years ago, Councillor Young was quoted in the Leader Post about the Transportation Master Plan. I quote, "We're hoping we get to talk about it in early 2016, and then we'll bring it forward for the 2017 budget." She also said the reason for the delay is the expansiveness of the TMP. Quote, "We need time to take it apart and ask how it was done and what the methodology and who who have you consulted with," she added. "We aren't ready to take it public. We need more information." So a majority of council wasn't here in 2011, but I was, as a member of the public and the president of a corporate stakeholder actively involved in Design Regina, and then the TMP planning meetings. So I hope you'll consider my insight into the plan, having been involved with it since the beginning. We each have our own vision for what Regina can be. Some want smarter cars, others want safe cycling, infrastructure, some great transit, and others are pleased with how things are now and want nothing to change. That last option is the worst and must not be permitted by this council if Regina is to be successful in growing. I often hear members of council expressing their desire to see Regina grow, yet the voting tends toward policies that keep the status quo. Regina now favors automobile traffic over active, healthy, and happy people. 8 out of 10 people in Regina go to work in a private car. Regina cannot grow as laid out in the official community plan if 8 out of 10 people use cars as their primary mode of transportation. Young people want to move to Regina or stay here if their quality of life will be better than it is in Toronto, Winnipeg, Saskatoon, or Assiniboia. If we offer them traffic jams, parking tickets, no commuter cycling infrastructure, and mediocre bus service, will they choose to be here over there? Regina is presently poised to miss the boat. TMP moves us toward catching it before it sails. Here's a short list of problems I think the TMP might help us fix in the near future. Parking minimums, soaring bus fares, the loss of regular bus service to Saskatoon and most Saskatchewan cities, no bicycle infrastructure installed during sidewalk and road repaving happening today on Broad Street and 13th Avenue and elsewhere. Today, I mean, we could do it as they're repaving. Lacking evening and weekend express bus routes. I hope that you'll all support the TMP, and with it, the review of antiquated bylaws intended for an outdated and now harmful reality of a bygone century. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Klein, for your presentation. We'll see if there's questions from members of council. I think you made yourself clear.
Thanks.
Thank you very much. The next delegation is Chad Novak. Mr. Novak, if you could identify yourself, who you represent, you have 5 minutes as well.
Good evening once again, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Chad Novak, and I'm here representing the Saskatchewan Taxpayers Advocacy Group. I'm here to address the updated Transportation Master Plan. I have spoken on this issue previously, and I've also monitored a lot of the online discussion that occurs around this topic, specifically when talk happens around future road networks. Now, I want to bring up a sticking point for myself in particular this evening, and that being the future planning and execution of connecting roads and new neighborhoods. Now, we've seen this time and time again where neighborhoods are allowed to progress without much foresight given into the corresponding traffic problems that are likely to result from these developments. As much as I put trust in our city staff to provide proper planning and neighborhood designs, ultimately it is up to City Council to decide how these plans are executed, and quite frankly, they leave a lot to be desired. Take, for example, uplands. Now, here you have a situation where City Council and or administration allowed the co-op refinery to add an access road on Winnipeg Street North, knowing full well that the additional truck traffic that would result from it, and there was no foresight given to the residents of uplands as to the amount of dirt and gravel that would be brought into their backyards as a result of this increased traffic. Now, this is not only impacts their quality of life, their health, and their personal enjoyment of their hard-earned and well-deserved fruits of their labor, but they also experience a significant and negative return on their tax dollars. The same goes for Edgewater, where you allowed development to occur with little to no foresight for having Pinky Road paved. Now, these are great examples of allowing development to occur with little to no consideration for residents that may pay massive taxes to enjoy what little benefits they are afforded for their massive tax bills. Now, for the Southeast, we have experienced traffic congestion to no end, and it would appear by this master plan that this won't be alleviated for a long time to come. And it's not as though it's a tough situation to address. I mean, a few simple tweaks within the next couple of years could make massive improvements to the traffic in the area, and yet there is no concrete plan to address this situation in any meaningful way. That being said, I want to see a commitment this evening to have Prince of Wales Drive extended south to Wascana Parkway and north to Highway 46, twinned, as it is most of the way currently, by the 2020 budget year. There is a precedent setting to further this ask, as was set out with the expansion of Diefenbacon Drive in the north. Now, I don't think this is an unreasonable ask, and I can assure you that it would alleviate a lot of traffic congestion both in the south and in the north. And you would also be pleasing a lot of residents that have been expecting and asking for this for a number of years already. It would also alleviate the congestion on Assiniboine Ave, which was never meant to carry the kind of traffic that it does at the current time. I have so much more to talk about on the subject, but again, unfortunately, I only have 5 minutes. I would encourage you all to visit chadforagenda.com for more information on suggestions on how to improve this long-term plan, and I would love to sit down with any one of you to discuss this in further detail. I thank you again for your time this evening, and I will gladly answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Novak, for your presentation. Are there questions? You made yourself clear. Thank you very much. The last delegation is Asfa Dabia. You could please come forward, identify yourself, who you represent. As with the other delegations, you have 5 minutes for your presentation, and there may be questions afterwards.
Thanks, Mayor Mike and councillors. My name is Asfa Devia. I'm a resident of Ward 4, and I ran the last election. And I'm interested in this master plan because I have knocked doors and seen what happened, and plus I have done a detailed analysis on accidents that are happening on Arcola and Victoria. My profession is pricing and forecasting analyst at Sastal, and I look at numbers. And this analysis, I use this based on published SGI fatality and accident on both roads, that's Arcola and Victoria. I compared the 10 years accident on those two roads that happened from Victoria intersection to the end of city boundary, both on Vic and Arcola. And I have provided you this to the city clerk, and that's the accident rates are increasing on both areas. I have put 12 points that my findings based on this data. As you can remember, the last council has approved the expansion of city boundary to settle about 18,000 people in the next 20 years in Southeast Corridor in Ward 4. This plan will more than double the size of people living in Ward 4, which is currently 17,307. 2. Arcola is the only main artery that takes residents to city center. Most residents use this road to go to work and back. As a result, congestion is the main problem. This is, I heard from more than thousands of residents while knocking door. The number of property damage, injuries, and fatality collisions on Arcola Avenue is significantly higher than similar roads like Victoria Avenue. If you see on the report, for every one accident on Victoria Avenue for the same site, there are 4 or 3 accidents in the last 10 years. There was no death on Victoria Avenue, but there are 2 fatalities on Arcola Avenue in the last 7 years. The bridge on Arcola Avenue above Ring Road is the main bottleneck that needs to be expanded to accelerate flow of traffic. If the left turn on Arcola over the bridge is, stopped, it can block all the way back. That's one really thing you should look at. According to 2014 City of Regina traffic study, 39,200 vehicles cross the Arcola Bridge above Ring Road. There are only 2 lanes to handle the traffic. Like I said, if one of those 2 lanes is blocked, that many will block all the way down. For the same amount on Victoria Avenue, daily the average traffic flow is 46,300 that crosses the same intersection. But there are about 5 lanes and 2 turning lanes on Victoria Avenue.
Mr. Debbie, you have 1 more minute to go.
Failure not to plan for this real change that is taking place in Ward 4 and impact is on traffic flow on our Arcola Avenue is not good for residents really in that area. Revising this plan and making the necessary change is the right decision and good public service, since the facts on the ground have significant change after the master plan study was put in place. There are a lot of changes that happened. I'm not saying there is no study. The current situation has changed, and the council should consider the changes that have taken place since the study was done. Thank you, and if you have questions.
Thank you very much for your presentation. We'll see if there's questions from the delegation. Councilor Bershani.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Mr. Debaya, for coming tonight and sharing your thoughts on Arcola Avenue. I know you, during the election time, that you were an advocate for Arcola and you had heard the residents loud and clear. I just have a question. Where did you get those statistics that you presented with your report tonight?
These are published SGI studies, and you can get them from SGI traffic study department.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Because the numbers are, I guess every report's a little bit different. Thank you. That's great. And I guess just from living in the area, what are your thoughts if the bridge, of course, is an issue and needs to be widened in Arcola Avenue? If those weren't options, what would be, looking at the other options that the administration has come forward with, what would be the other options that you would consider would be good to alleviate traffic off of Arcola?
Driving in and out every day, one of the things I see, and the number of accidents, they are not going down. I don't see also any alternative route, for example, for people who come. The main bottleneck, if you see, I looked at the traffic study done by 2014 city study. Before Arcola, before University Park, it's only 29,000. It's when it gets to University Park, you can see from north and south on University Park, more vehicles will be added, and that's what makes to almost 40,000 when they cross the Alcola Bridge. That's where real bottleneck is. So unless there is any expansion solution, I don't see any really relief that will alleviate that problem. This is according to the city study.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilor Barshani. Other questions? I have one, and it relates to your point number 2, where you speak of Arcola is the only main artery that takes residents to city center. Of course, they have Victoria Avenue as well, don't they?
Well, for Ward 4, people who came, and the last council has already approved to add about 18,000 people in the next 20 in the southeast corner. That almost double the current size of the population. So this is the only main artery that will take people from that, especially that corner, to downtown.
You don't think Victoria Avenue is a way to get downtown?
No, not for people in that area.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you very much for that. Any other questions? Thank you very much. You can return to the gallery.
Thank you.
We'll now look for the Transportation Master Plan. Councilor Bryce.
Thank you. I bring forward CR 17-52, which is the Transportation Master Plan. I'll read the recommendations and I'll see if I can get a seconder. That City Council approve the attached Transportation Master Plan and authorize the use of the Transportation Master Plan as a guide for future transportation-related decisions and actions. And number 2, that administration be directed to provide a progress report regarding the implementation of the TMP to Public Works and Infrastructure Committee by Q4 2018.
Seconder for that, please. Councilor Young. With Councilor Bryce.
Thank you. I'd first of all like to start off by thanking all of the staff who've had input into the Transportation Master Plan, past and present. So thank you for that. The Transportation Master Plan has been in the works since the preparation began in 2011. There's been much consultation throughout the years, and there has been a lot of input and opinions given from stakeholders and residents of Regina. The Transportation Master Plan does not add additional authority to administration. Any element of the Transportation Master Plan that requires funding can only be committed to through the budget process provided by City Council in any given year. The TMP is the first comprehensive multimodal transportation plan developed by the City to guide all future transportation planning and investments. Within this report, you'll find outlines of transportation networks required to support future growth to a 300,000 population, not dollars. The Transportation Master Plan was structured around 7 principles. These principles are that, number 1, they offer a range of sustainable transportation choices for all. Number 2, that they integrate transportation and land use planning. Number 3, elevate the role of public transit. 4, promote active transportation and for healthy communities. 5, optimize road network capacity. 6, invest in affordable and durable system. 7, support a prosperous Regina and region. The Transportation Master Plan was also structured around 7 principles. These principles include, let me get them first. Sorry, technology. Sorry, 5 principles. Accessibility, environmental protection, social equity, technology fit for all 4 seasons, and safety. The Transportation Master Plan will lead to a more sustainable network that provides residents with transportation choices including driving, walking, cycling, and transit. Transportation planning will closely be linked with land use and focus on optimizing existing capacity. It also includes opportunities, as I mentioned, transit, cycling, and pedestrian facilities. Transportation infrastructure will be tailored to reflect community context and modern design standards. Road safety for all users in all 4 seasons will be a paramount consideration in the design and operation of all traffic infrastructure or transportation infrastructure. So the TMP is a plan that will change the way residents move over the next 25 years by providing increased transportation choices for all citizens, all ages, and all abilities. We had a robust conversation at Public Works about the Transportation Master Plan. We talked about problem areas in the city with congestion. For example, it's been brought up about Arcola. We also talked about Pasqua and Ring Road and that area in the northwest as well. So we talked about all of that. I know that there's a report coming forward or a study coming forward for Arcola specifically, so we look forward to seeing that as well at Public Works. But I will let others have a chance to talk, because I'm sure my 5 minutes is up and I get to close debate.
You do, and you're just on time. Other speakers to the report? Councilor Brashani. I knew this was coming.
Thank you, Your Worship. Well, I want to first of all say thank you for delegation, all of the delegation coming tonight to speak on the Transportation Master Plan, and I will call it a TMP just to make it short, but it is a huge, huge document, and even just to get through it is one thing. So I want to say, first of all, and when I met with administration, because I had concerns, as my residents did, this is a policy document, and I just want to, I'll ask some questions just in a little bit, but when I looked at this framework, it truly is talking about how we move in our city. And I can support all of the modes, and we have to look at all modes to see how we can bike. I mean, not too many people in my Ward 4 are going to be biking in -30 weather to get downtown. But there are times when people want to bike, and they should have that option, as well as also improving our transit. I like the biking in the fact that it does promote, it's an environmentally friendly, and it promotes a healthy lifestyle. So, and new areas, we need to ensure that we have connected bike paths. So residents are safe, and they're not having to bike on major roadways like Arcola Avenue. So I have a question. In the new developments, will there be will the roads be wider to accommodate bike lanes in the more of the arterial roads?
Ms. Harlock?
Through your worship, as we develop new neighborhoods, we do work with the development community on cross-sections for roads to accommodate different modes of traffic, and we have pathway systems for connectivity. But I might ask Mr. Brown to elaborate if he has anything else to add.
Mr. Brown.
Through you, Mr. Chair, that's what Ms. Harlock just conveyed is essentially correct. That doesn't necessarily mean a road may be wider, but considering all modes is part of the process of working through a development application, and includes the aspects that Ms. Harlock mentioned there.
Okay, thank you for that. I think that was in some of the reading that I was doing, that I think that's important if we want people to bike in our city, and not just downtown, but across our city, in the new developments. That is something that should be a focus, and that should be raised with our developers, that if we want people to have, to be physically active and out there with their families. I just on the long weekend, I saw a young family biking on Arcola Avenue. 2 young kids and the parents, and honestly, my heart went out, because you're biking against semis. So just a little point there. So moving forward, I also, and again, I am happy to see more bike paths around the whole city. Transit. Now, I guess I would like to say thank you for working on routes to make them the express routes. Because if we want people to take the bus, which we heard from our delegations that there are areas that people don't take the bus, and we want to promote it. I think we have to start engaging the public. And that means bringing the people who take the bus, bring them together and work on strategies within our city and working with our city staff to promote that. They have great ideas. I had my Ward 4 meeting, and I had a lady come up and said, I would be part of a committee if there is a committee that would like to go down and talk to some government buildings and promote taking the bus. So I guess the question I have is, have we ever considered a transit advisory committee to get more people involved?
We have done it in the past, but we can ask for Mr. Onrait to answer the question.
Through your worship, I'll maybe ask Mr. Looning to comment. They are doing, we are doing a transit study review in 2017. So some of the information coming forward will be through some of those conversations, but I'll maybe ask Mr. Looning to expand on that.
Well, we did have a Transit Advisory Committee established, but Mr. Looning can add more information. Mr. Looning?
Your Worship, Mr. Honore is correct. So we do a lot of service reviews and changes. And before we do any of those, we get public consultation based on the feedback and take that feedback and then make recommendations to committee on potential changes. We also do surveys both to users and non-users to get both perspectives on what drives them to use or not use transit.
Perfect. So that's great. I think that public engagement is where we want to go with that. So if we're working on that, that's awesome. And I can submit a few more names if we want some help in that area. So roadways, I'll just a couple of questions there. As I've heard from my residents tonight, as our city grows, and this is across the board, across the city, and I speak for Regina, as our city grows, our roads face more demands. When arterial roads are busy, some drivers, they will cut through neighborhoods. And we've heard from delegations tonight, residents already, of course, notice more cars, noise, speeding, and many people now have concerns about their safety and their quality of life and the overall congestion. I've heard from my residents loud and clear that they're concerned not just about their safety, but their children's safety crossing the streets. As we're looking at options, and I know it's in the TMP that we look at diversion strategies. So if we're looking at diversion strategies and we're already at capacity for some of those residential roads, if we continue to have the traffic diversion on the local roads, are we then as a city ready or able to put more money into our crosswalks to ensure that our children, when they're crossing the streets, that they are safe? Because these residential roads have now become overcapacitated. So if I could just ask the question, is that something that, I'm sure this is not new, I'm sure this is something that, is that something that has been on the rise and we know that that's happening, or?
Ms. Gizmo?
Through your worship, we have a pedestrian safety budget that does look at where additions are needed to provide additional pedestrian protection. And so it would be through programs like that the city would have budget available to add crosswalks or other forms of pedestrian protection after a warrant analysis is done to review what's required for a specific area.
Controversial, you're sort of past the 5-minute mark.
Okay, sorry.
Okay.
Oh, wait, I've got to get right there, too. Okay, so I guess a couple last questions I do have is, there is a functional study, as Councillor Bryce indicated, and when is that going to be coming back to Council?
Perhaps one last question, then your time is up. It is well past 5 minutes.
Okay, one last question.
Through your worship, we are doing it, and we're looking at bringing it back by the end of the year or early into 2018 to PWI.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so I guess just I will end it in the fact that I have listened loud and clear from my residents, and Arcola Avenue.
Councilor Brasciani, your time, you're actually up to almost 10 minutes.
Oh, okay.
You are. So
okay, so thank you. So I just want to make one point, is that we need to ensure that we are able to keep up with the infrastructure to meet the growth. Thank you.
Don't want to be mean, but I want to be fair.
Okay.
Councilor Flegel.
Thanks. Okay, 10 minutes, eh? Okay, good.
Oh, no.
No, anyway.
Not a chance.
What I want to do is I just want to go through, and I know there's been discussion, and I'm looking more for timelines. There's been discussion in previous about, and I'm going to move to the north end of the city now for a little bit, because we've had a lot of east end discussion, which is great. But what I'm wondering about is widening of Pasco Street from Ring Road to Rochdale was on the books at some point, and I'm wondering where that is based on today's master transportation plan. Speaking with administration a few years ago, there was a appetite and a possibility of that at some point.
So I want to be clear here on what we're looking at tonight. We're actually not looking at a project-by-project basis. It is actually the policies and framework.
Okay.
So I'm going to allow that one question.
Sure.
But you can't.
Thank you.
Councilor Flego, time out for a second. This is only one question, and we stay away from the timing of a particular project that may be talked about in the master plan, because we're not approving anything. That's by the budget process.
Okay.
The one question only.
Okay. Throw the interchange in there, too.
Through you, Your Worship. I'll ask Mr. Brown to give
Mr.
the
Brown.
details on that.
Through you, Mr. Chair. That project is identified within the Transportation Master Plan, and there actually is some funding available still through capital carry forward to examine some previous work that was done. We were just waiting for a completion of the Argyle Street connection further to the east to see what the impacts on traffic flow in that area were before initiating that work.
Thanks for that. So, but what I'm trying to figure out is I'm looking at this one graph here where it shows all the different lineage, figure 3 on page 9, I think it is, but it just kind of shows traffic flow, but we haven't included the bypass on anything around the city. Do we know, and are we studying what the impacts are going to be? Because if I look at this graph here, and it's this one right here, for those of you that are not sure which one I'm looking at, there's 3 solid, oops, I just lost it. There's 3 solid lines that have 1,000 trips or more, and then the one from the south end of the city, and Councillor Young is going to talk about that. But does that impact hugely what is going to happen internally in the city once the bypass is in place, i.e. Arcola Avenue, Rochdale, 9th Avenue North, Albert Street? Do we know what the impact is going to be?
Ms. Howlack?
Through Your Worship, I'll start and then I might defer. But we do have within our model what the bypass impact will have on the city and traffic flows. So we are taking it into consideration. But I'm not exactly sure specifically what the percentage or impact, unless Mr. Brown has that. But it is taken as part of our model.
Mr. Brown?
Yeah, that's correct. Just to further add that, we don't have the specific information as to the actual levels of like volumes and stuff like that to respond to that, but it is, as Ms. Harlock said, included within our traffic model as we do look at our model within not only the context of the city, but also on a regional basis as well.
Thanks. So we can be trusted that these are today's numbers, not futuristic numbers, because, I mean, we see fat lines, thin lines, green lines, black lines, and they all have a numeric to them, but that could change in 3 years. Once the bypass is open, it could reduce all these numbers by 25%, possibly. We don't know that. So that's an interesting one. We're dealing with a growth in the city, and we have outlying roadways that need paving. I know that's just an itemized thing, but do we plan on expanding our road network outside of, or finishing off, I guess, our road network? Everything that is gravel, partial gravel, that's not paved within city limits. I mean, we have different areas. There's probably 5 different areas that are gravel roads within the city that need to be paved. And I can name 3 of them. Pinkey Road, 13th Avenue, and Winnipeg Street are not paved roads, and there's probably a couple others. But do we look at that as a just sort of, it'll happen someday, or can we guarantee that
we just talked about not specific projects.
Yeah.
Councilor Flagel, a higher level discussion, please.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
To
Okay.
the principles
but those
and
are things, the principles and the policies. But are we looking at a road network that's going to be inclusive of all the roads that aren't paved in the city to be part of this package?
Ms. Howlack.
Through you, Your Worship. So within the city, yes, those roads will eventually get paved and redeveloped. So I'll use Winnipeg Street as an example. As development in that area goes forward right now, the developer adjacent to that road would be responsible to upgrade that road. So we're continually looking at those programs and seeing what mechanisms, as we know that when we have mechanisms to have roads paid for through development, that's where we move towards looking at the funding for, and we'll look at other funding mechanisms when we don't have that option.
Perfect. Councilor Flagel, little bell was your time is up.
5 minutes old?
Yep. Absolutely.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Flagel. We'll move on to Councillor Young.
I'm not going to show him any graphs I'm looking at anymore. Stole my thunder. I have one question about when this first came forward, it went back to you again, and there were some changes made. Can you just briefly tell us how this report changed from the first time it came to Public Works?
Ms. Harlock?
Through your worship, so what we were looking at doing is we have a new master plan template. We wanted to make this document more user-friendly, so we did that. We wanted to have better rationales for the goals and the purpose and the data, make sure that it was totally up to date. We had some minor errors, so we just did some house cleaning items in it, but it was really to streamline it, to make it more user-friendly. And then, of course, one of the directions that we were received from council or PWI at the time was that the financial section, just to be clear about that it wasn't a document that was committing
Right.
council, because that is through the budgeting process.
Right.
So we made sure that that was all clear now.
Thank you. So this is what it should be, which is a conceptual policy document, and it's wide in scope, and it covers just about everything. And so one of the things that I thought of is that when you do public consultation the way we do, which is one of the hallmarks of how we do things, you raise the hopes and expectations, and people see what it's going to look like and what it could look like and want it now. And so having to know that you have to wait until things are ready and until we have budgets and until federal and federal purses open, that we are able to do some of the major things that we need to do. Looking at that same legend on page 9, I just wanted to point out that we have 3 major areas that have traffic problems in the morning. It's not just the east, it's also the south, and it's also the north. So this is an issue when you have a city that's growing and you don't have the population that gives you the budget and the money to be able to do things quickly. Portland, Oregon is often used as a model city, and I know a lot about Portland. I immigrated here from Oregon many years ago, and Portland has an enviable system of bike paths and all kinds of public transportation. But if you're downtown Portland, there's a car culture. There's just as many cars in downtown Portland as there is here trying to find places to park and downtown. We have a car culture here, and it's not going to disappear overnight. So I think that goal number 9 about parking policies is going to be a really important tool, as this goal calls it, to be able to move people toward other forms of transportation other than the car. So thank you for all the work you did on this. I think you've made it really clear, and I hope people can have the patience they need to wait until we can get some of these things underway. Thank you.
Well said, Councillor Young. Councillor Murray.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll be brief. I think I can speak to all of council here as comments so far that the TMP is incredible policy at a high level, but the challenge is working with the communities on seeing a timeline initiated in that. I'd like to see components of the TMP come forward while it's not, before it's just me and Councillor Hawkins left on council here. So I think if we can if we can look to, in 2018, take a serious look at this, at the budget, that's something I'd be in support of. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Murray. Good shot there. Councillor Fundera.
Thank you, Worship. As we know that, I think a lot of the travel times within our city is probably 5 minutes or 15 minutes or 5 kilometers, and so I'm nicely surprised, not surprised, but seeing the TMP is going to work towards the walkable, the bikeable, all these types of complete community. So we're striving for that. Maybe yesterday we didn't think that way. I mean, we still had a horse and buggy back then. So we might come back to horse and buggy if we don't pay attention to what we're doing. But complete cities, we're working on that. I know that. The pathways to connect the city. So one question would be always with me is the pathway. So there's one pathway that we didn't complete yet. It's kind of left on its own. It's the only spot that it's not connecting the city is Victoria Avenue and Coleman. I'm not going to go too far with that one. But the one question I have, I don't know if this is part of this I could ask, is about making an easy way of getting from north to south on Victoria Avenue. We talked about, when we started talking about the TMP way back then, that there might be maybe around Prince of Wales or somewhere that we're going to do a little bridge over Victoria, like what we have on Ring Road, on 9th Avenue, bypass Ring Road, whatever. Is there something, I'm trying to find it in the TMP. Are we looking at that?
So again, I'll leave the one question on actual projects, because we're not talking about projects on a policy document. I'll give you the one question, and then after that, Councillor, please rise your comments to a much higher level and not into detailed projects.
I'm looking at timelines. I'm looking at timelines for that.
Yeah, I understand, but I just made my point of particular projects. Ms. Howlett?
Through your worship, maybe I'll be a little bit more general with respect to, because it is part of the TMP that we look at connectivity, and it's very important to us, and we're continually monitoring the different intersections and usage and those sorts of things. A report was taken to council on the specifics of Coleman, and in the report that came to council a few years ago, the recommendation was that we'll continue to look, and you're absolutely right. When we do the analysis and the continued, sorry, it's getting late, looking at that intersection, you are correct. The thought is that eventually we would have a pedestrian overpass, probably closer to Prince of Wales to accommodate all of the population there. So from a timing, I can't give you a specific timing yet, because we have to continually monitor the patterns, how people are moving within those areas.
Worship, thank you for that. So then, I just want to say, great job, great work on the accessibility issue, and especially around the winter time for persons in wheelchairs on bus stops and all that. So the TMP will talk about that, and is talking about that. So I'm pleased with this. I say thank you to the administration for doing a great work. I wasn't part of two, I believe, the open houses that were there, and I know that there'll be more consulting going with the citizens, because I do believe that this document is a living document, so if something comes up, we can change it, correct? So that's my question. If this is a living document, if something comes up, someone has an idea, a year or two from now, it could be changed. Would that?
Ms. Harlech?
Through your worship, that's correct. This is a document that we're going to be reviewing on a regular basis. We have to update it every 5 years, but we do look at it every year. We have traffic counts. We evaluate where development's taking place within the city. So we're continually looking at the projects and we will be adjusting it as time goes on.
Okay, and then discussion is about now that the kids are walking further to our school. I know that there is a plan, there is I think Councillor O'Donnell brought the motion about looking at the city-wide on how we protect the school zones. So is that anywhere part of the TMP here, or is that a separate thing that's going on?
It's a separate report coming back, but it certainly would be in keeping with the plan itself, Councillor Fundura.
I'm good. Thank you.
Yep. Thank you, Councillor Fundura. Councillor Stevens.
It's a great document. Let's get it going. My only disappointment here is there's no monorail. I was certain there was going to be some light rail in here, but it'll do. I'm curious about how the TMP, since we're talking about high level here, to what extent are technological changes incorporated into the planning model, whether it's electric charging stations, or if we're talking, as far out as automated vehicles, or even different policy solutions like increasing the use of car share programs and the cooperative model of transportation. Is that bolted anywhere into this analysis and the forecasting over 25 years?
Ms. Howlech?
Through your worship, as I had indicated, we will be continually looking at what's happening and what trends are happening within the city and taking that into consideration. I could ask Mr. Brown to go through the modeling exercise, but it was an extensive modeling based on our current model today and patterns, but definitely as we move forward, as we see new trends and those sorts of things, we'll take that into consideration as we move forward with bringing projects forward to accomplish the goals of the plan.
Thank you. What's noted in here when it comes to transit is there's still this fixation of off-peak hours set at 30 to 60-minute intervals. And I would imagine if we're thinking 25 years from now, we might actually be at a better stage beyond 60 minutes. So I'm curious if you can comment on why that's still part of our assumption of ridership, especially what we heard earlier about the infrequency of people using the bus.
Ms. Harlech?
Through your worship, I'll get that to Mr. Looney.
Mr. Looning.
Through your worship, when they're looking at frequency for a city of our size, this was suggested by the individual that looked at this for us. When you look at our ridership in off-peak periods, especially in late evening, we do have lower ridership trends, which do dictate less frequency during those times. As we continue to grow, I expect that we would be looking at those frequencies and seeing if we need to make an increase there.
Okay. Following up on the model you might have used for transit, to what extent were fares considered when you're anticipating a growth in ridership over that 25-year period?
Mr. Looning?
Through your worship. Fares are an important factor in looking at ridership growth, and a specific policy in there looks at adopting specific fare strategies to increase ridership. As we've seen with various events that have happened around the city, that decreased fare for transit, it works quite well.
D7, support a prosperous Regina and region. I'm curious to what extent the TMP accommodates the needs of commuter cities like Lumsden, Pilot Butte, and elsewhere, especially considering the winding down of STC.
Tough question, given that it's also our geographic jurisdiction, but Ms. Harlech, what do you have to say about that?
Through your worship, I'll start, and then I might pass it over to Mr. Brown. But within the OCP, we do have very key policies with respect to regional cooperation for transportation, and we are working with our partners to look at what opportunities that we would have. So with the White Butte or the White Butte Committee to our east and the Moose Jaw Regina, we're in continual conversation. So as we move forward in 25 years, those communities are going to grow, and we're going to have some good conversations about how to accommodate traffic within the region as a whole. I don't know if Mr. Brown has anything else to add.
Mr. Brown?
Just to further add, under the Direction 7, Support Prosperous Regina and Region, it does actually speak to working with our regional partners in terms of looking at opportunities to maybe provide some multimodal type of avenues for connectivity. What that might look and feel like in the future, I guess, is kind of based on what those conversations kind of foster and what's affordable and stuff as well too. But it does address it.
Thank you. The other thing that came to mind, just as a comment, is people coming into the city are taxing our infrastructure. So we have to consider how do we recuperate that, and it's difficult to actually get funding for someone to come into the city. Goal 18 and 19, streets throughout the city will be accessible and walkable. 19, the city will be safe for pedestrians and cyclists in all 4 seasons. I had a question here, but I'm not sure if it's a question more than a comment, but to what extent does this goal attend to the inaccessibility of walkways during the winter months? Is this incorporated into these 2 goals? It's a huge human rights concern I hear from residents who depend on paratransit especially.
Who wants to take that one? Ms. Gizmo.
I think we, in the goals and the policy set out in the winter road maintenance policy, we do take into consider accessibility issues and try to align with the TMP and the OCP for accessibility goals.
Thank you. I guess a comment here. I'm out of time. If we look at the active mode of transportation total, it's an estimate of 45 million here over 25 years. If we're looking at the current budget projections over the next 5 years, which we've seen in our budget documents of $250,000 a year, over that 25-year period, we're going to be about a $38 million short of reaching that. So I think we really have to be on the ball when it comes to fulfilling these objectives and be very ambitious early on. Without getting the details of the projects, we still need to be thinking about investing huge amounts of money very early in the actual operationalizing of the plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Councillor O'Donnell.
Thanks. So I want to step back first, if you don't mind. I want to talk a little bit about transit. It was as recently as about 8 years ago, perhaps 9, that we were buying buses, used buses from Charlotte, North Carolina, to take off parts to try and keep a bus on the road to keep most of the pathways going in terms of transit. Forge ahead a little bit. We had the wisdom, I believe, to put in a reserve fund so that every year they could buy buses. I would say that the buses that we have on the road right now are equal to anywhere in Canada. 1. 2, we tried some express routes a number of times, and based on usage and so on, had to pull some of them back. But we are maintaining some now again based on people actually stepping up to use them. I think it was significant that the university came forward and said, hey, let's invest and we'll take some more. I think it's even more significant that Sask Polytech is now saying, well, hey, what about us? Because they were part of that original discussion, because they were before us at that time. So I think it's sometimes important to remember how far we've come with transit, and in 8 years I'd say we've come significantly. Andrew tweaked a point that I would like to make, and so I'll go forward. The absolute blunt way I could say this is we have more dualies, pickup trucks on the road, and everybody wants one, if not 2. And let's remember that that's part of how we live, but also part of what people want. But is that the future? And so I think it's probably could be a lot of fun if in the next while we said, so what about driverless cars in Regina? What about driverless cars in Regina in the wintertime? What about instead of widening streets, we narrow them and say make it more inconvenient to not have a car? What if we had that discussion with people instead of us sitting here in isolation sometimes saying, well, you should do that, you should do that? No, let's go and maybe have that conversation a little bit. I think it could be rather interesting. And, you may be aware of this. Kitchener-Waterloo, in fact, is becoming the hub for driverless cars and doing all the technology and so on. But they're not that cold, not as cold as us. So maybe there's an opportunity for us. So maybe what we have to do is challenge folks a little bit. We have a great document to start with. Good. I got to read it about 3 more times to understand it. But maybe it's time to engage folks differently and ask whether they're prepared to change. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. Councillor Massanelli.
Through your Mayor, thank you. I kind of feel like I'm walking into the world of weird again, but I got to say it out loud. I noted in your plan 85% of all trips are by automobile when you combine passengers and drivers. And Transportation Master Plan is all about that transportation. Safety, convenience, travel time. Maybe with the new federal laws, emissions might come into play as well. I have a couple questions, and I know they're not necessarily for us directly, but I've never had contact, so I have to ask you. Part of the roadway we build is for the cars that go on it. The cars that go on it are mandated through our provincial government. I've never seen them update the standards for vehicles on our roads. I'm sure in 1913 it was really hard to get in a front-end collision because there was probably only 1 car in Regina. 1950 would have been a little bit easier, but still quite hard. The amount of cars per block right now is quite high. We are quite congested. Have you ever heard anything from your provincial counterparts that they've looked back into looking at what we allow on our roads and the number of people operating on our roads? Have we ever heard anything about the updating of driver's licenses or the testing for driver's licenses for the problems we have of congestion and road traffic for the new norm we have now? It's expensive to build roads, but sometimes it's easier to look at who's operating on the roads and how they're affecting our roads. Has anything been done preemptively to kind of rethink on who is using our roads and how they are being used and the safety of the vehicles on our roads? Like I said, I know that's not really a city problem, but I haven't had contact. People in your profession might have. Have you? Whoever might want to answer.
Ms. Howard, you want to try that one? Okay.
Yeah, through your worship, just looking at my colleagues, no, we haven't heard of anything of that nature coming down from SGI or the province.
Is that something you monitor, the amount of vehicles on our roads, the density, or the?
Through your worship, we do traffic counts on a regular basis, rotating throughout the city.
So my assumptions aren't incorrect then. There are a lot more cars and a lot more congestion, more cars per mile of road in Regina than ever before, and growing quickly.
Ms. Gizmo, you want to?
I don't know if I have a direct answer to your question. Certainly, as Ms. Harlock has said, we monitor the volumes where the traffic is changes and how the patterns change over time. We monitor classifications of vehicles, speeds of vehicles, those types of information, and that type of information gathering goes into the TMP to help make future decisions.
And I guess that's what I want to do right now, is point out in public that there are other ways to alleviate problems, and sometimes you have to look past just the roadway the cars are driving on to who's operating them. I figure this is public, so maybe someone in the government might hear that and think twice. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Massanelli. So, any other speakers before Councillor Bryce closes the debate? Councillor O'Donnell, could you take the chair, please?
Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. Just a couple of comments, and most of the council already has said what I wanted to say, but I want to add just a general comment, and firstly to thank the administration for work being done since 2011. This has been a long time going forward, and we've heard the reasons why this takes long, and one of the reasons why is that this report firstly flows out of the official community plan. It is an expectation we would do a master plan for transportation and try to explain how we can move our city forward. That's been done, so I'm very proud of the fact that's been done. I want to thank the administration through the public consultations, through the review by committee, a couple times, and now here to council. So I appreciate that work has been done. What a nice problem to have we have here. Issues of growth, issues of how we move our city forward in the future. I'd rather have this conversation where we have the tug and pull of projects here and there and where we go forward, as opposed to another conversation, which is that we have no growth happening, and how are we going to consolidate what we have already. This is a good problem to have. This is a good opportunity for us to talk about how we see our city growing in the next 25 years. And it is a living document because we don't have all the answers, and we talk about driverless cars, and those, as one example, is exactly the point. It is how do we become flexible to adapt to changing technology. Regional transportation is another issue as well. So as long as we keep our eye on the big picture, which is we want that balance between walking, biking, driving, transportation, busing, and all those things, and things that may come in the future, that we seize those opportunities, and this report allows us to do that. The capital side, another issue for another day. That's to roll your sleeves up, have that conversation, what happens in the future. But if you look at the big picture, this document is very much an organic document that will continue to evolve and change over time. So I'm very pleased with the work that's been done. I like the emphasis on all these points, and nothing I heard from council disputes any of that, because it talks about what we are doing today, what we're going to do tomorrow, next year, into the future, and adapt to new technologies and new opportunities so we make our city continue to be the best city in Canada. Thank you. Councillor Bryce to close debate.
Thank you. I'm just going to say a couple of words before I sit down. So I just once again want to thank everyone who has worked on the TMP and those who gave their time, giving their input, including the delegations tonight, who gave their whole evening to share their point of view with us. So once again, thank you, and I hopefully we can all support this.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. You have closed debate, so there's no further debate. All those in favour? Opposed? That's carried unanimously. We have the smoking bylaw. Councillor O'Donnell.
Thank you. I move, seconded by Councillor Stevens, that bylaw number 2017-20, that is the smoking bylaw, be introduced and read a first time.
All those in favour? Opposed? That's carried.
Okay, I move seconded by Councillor Young, the bylaw number
Just
20.
on a point of order, I think that Councillor Bresciani has to leave the room.
Do I have to leave?
Yeah. And you should state the reason why once again.
I will recuse myself as my sister is employed at the Cancer Society. Thank you.
Good. Thank you for that. Councillor O'Donnell, you have the floor.
I move, so I'll move on to the second one.
We'll vote on the first one. I don't think we voted. All those in favor? Opposed? It's carried.
I move seconded by Councillor Young that bylaw number 2017-20 be read a second time.
Any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
I move seconded by Councillor Flagel that council hereby consents to bylaw number 2017-20 going to a third reading at this meeting.
All those in favor? Opposed? It's carried unanimously.
I move seconded by Councillor Mancinelli that bylaws numbers 2017-20 be read a third time.
All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried.
Thank you for your support.
No, you're pretty slow on that one. Okay, we could have Councillor Bresciani come back in, please. So we're on to City Manager's reports. Proposed street name change, Keller. We're at CM 17-9. If I have someone to introduce that. And a seconder, please. Okay, and seconder. Councilor Bresciani. This is simply a spelling change on the name, so I don't know if we need to, more housekeeping issue.
I just have a question. How do we prevent this from happening? And why is it here? Like, didn't we check first through you, Mr. Mayor?
I think we probably did check, and that's why the change is back to, who's it?
My time's up, I guess.
Ms. Howlack, would you like to answer that question?
Through your
Mr.
worship,
City Manager.
this is a spelling error that comes from our naming committee. So, through the developer, when the name was registered, it was a mistake. These things shouldn't happen. I guess just a note to the clerk's office they have the responsibility for the naming committee. So we'll just make sure that we do a little more due diligence to avoid this in the future.
Thanks. Just
So
mistakes are expensive.
to be clear, though, just on a point of order here, the report is not the administration's issue as much as the committee brought that forward in that way.
I understand.
Yep. Thank you, Councilor Bryce. Any further discussions on the report? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. We have 3 executive committee reports. The first one is the FSIN Memorandum of Understanding. Councilor O'Donnell.
Thank you. This is City of Regina and the Federation of Sovereign Indigenous Nations proposed memorandum of understanding on the elimination of racism throughout our ancestral lands and province.
Seconder, please. Councilor Murray.
I'd like to just read it, if you don't mind. Memorandum of Understanding between the parties, Federation of Sovereign Indigenous Nations and the City of Regina, Saskatchewan. Memorandum of Understanding. Elimination of racism throughout our ancestral lands, province. Racism towards Indigenous people is a learned behavior that persists in Saskatchewan. Racism endangers the lives of Indigenous people and threatens the peace and prosperity of this province. And these behaviors can be changed. Therefore, we commit to support this policy by providing additional education initiatives for all staff and elected officials, including history of treaty, residential schools, and colonization, and the treaty and inherent rights of Indigenous people. That's the memorandum. Makes perfect sense. Seek your support.
Thank you, Councilor O'Donnell. Are there other speakers to the MOU? I would just say that upon concurrence by council, and I hope this is unanimous, I'll be signing this document with the chief of FSIN on June 13th, and of course we're all invited to that ceremony. I'm going to call the question on this report. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried unanimously. Councilor O'Donnell.
Next one is the Regina Airport Authority, Inc., Board of Directors, 2017 appointments. If I could have a seconder.
Seconder, please. Councilor Bryce.
We have the ability to appoint from the City of Regina. There are 3 names, Rena Kapoor, Jim Kilkenny, Tyler Willocks, and they will go to the Regina Airport Authority Board of Directors.
Call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Last report is Board of Directors for the Provincial Capital Commission. Councillor O'Donnell.
Feel a little awkward doing this, but...
Someone else do it for you if you like.
Yeah, I would. I'll go to
Okay,
Council.
we'll have, who'd like to introduce the report?
I can move these
Councillor Rice.
recommendations. Thank you.
Okay, and this is that Councillor O'Donnell will be the appointee with, the nominee, with Councillor Young being the alternate to the new Board of Directors for the Provincial Capital Commission. I don't think any discussion is necessary. There's been meetings held already, and a meeting held in early June as well to proceed with the operation. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Finance and Administration. Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you, Your Worship. CR 1756, this deals with leases for community gardens. The lease agreement between the City of Regina and the following associations be approved consistent with the terms and conditions outlined in the body of this report. And what you see there are 4 community associations with respectively 4 community gardens. These are leases that come up periodically. I believe they used to come up every 5 years. They're proposed here to come up every 10 years. We're seeking approval of this, that the authority be delegated to the city manager designate to finalize any other relevant or appropriate terms and conditions, and the city clerk be authorized to execute the lease agreements and related documents as prepared by the city solicitor. The only comment I want to make is that these community gardens are well used and are very popular. I'll need a seconder for this.
Seconder for that, please. Councillor Massanelli. Discussion on the report. Councillor O'Donnell.
I'd just like to publicly proclaim that I am a gardener.
First conflict of interest.
First day. Exactly. But I did have a question. Are there any more requests before us for more gardens, please?
Mr. Ray.
Your Worship, members of the City Council, there would be one more request coming forward from Grow Regina, which was, I think, an earlier version was out of the Cathedral Community Association. That report for that community garden will be coming forward in the month ahead.
So that is an existing garden. The question I was looking for, is there any new applicants or new desires?
Mr. Ray?
I'm not aware of any specific applicants at this point. I'm sure there's always interest and desire. I don't know if Mr. Onright has anything to add.
Okay. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. Other speakers? Councillor Murray.
I would just like to add, through your worship, the Eastview Community Association's garden was selected among capital cities for the 150-year for Confederation. So they have a newly planted Canadian flag that will be blooming this spring.
Excellent. That's
Thanks.
great news. Great. Thank you, Councillor Murray. Other speakers? We'll call the question on this report. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Councillor Hawkins on the Arcola Avenue property.
Thank you, Your Worship. This is CR 1757, another property matter, one that the lease of the City of Regina, city-owned property located at 310 Arcola Avenue to South Saskatchewan Auction Limited be approved consistent with the terms and conditions stated herein. 2, the administration be authorized to finalize, et cetera, and 3, the city clerk be authorized to execute. What's happening here, Your Worship, is that you have a situation in which lands are being reserved for future development of Arcola. There's currently the tenant on the land, South Saskatchewan Auction Limited. This is to renew their lease. The reason it's before council is that it hasn't been put out for public offering, and the reason for that is that there are buildings on the land owned by South Saskatchewan Auction. It's not therefore, and it's highly unlikely that anybody would want to bid on the land given the building and the requirement of building more infrastructure. So that this is not really a situation in which there would likely be any other responses to an offered lease. One last point is South Saskatchewan Auction are paying market value rent, and the rent increases regularly through the terms of the lease. So we seek council's approval.
And a second for that, please. Councillor Massanelli. Discussion on the report. Councillor Bryce.
Thank you. Just briefly, and I think I know the answer. There is an exit to this if something comes up and we need this property back. Am I correct?
Mr. Ray.
Your worship, members of the City Council, yes, that is correct. There's a 6-month termination clause.
Thank you. Just want to make sure that was clear.
Thank you, Councilor Bryce. Other questions or comments? All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Final report, the appointment of auditors.
Thank you, Your Worship. This is a recommendation of the Finance and Administration Committee that the Chief Financial Officer be authorized to initiate the process as outlined in the report to engage professional audit services, for the City of Regina and related entities for the years 2017 to 21, that the procurement evaluation criteria outlined in Appendix A of the report be approved. What's happening here is that our auditor is Deloitte. The current contract expires this year. This means that the audit goes out to tender. This sets out the process for doing that. The report sets out the members of the evaluation committee for the audit proposals when they come in, and you'll see there represented as the various of the related entities in the city which are also audited under this contract. Once that report comes in, it comes back to the Finance and Administration Committee for approval. So we'd seek approval for this process.
Seconder for that report, Councilor Fandera. Discussion on the report. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Move on to the Mayor's Housing Commission, and I'm going to ask Councilor O'Donnell to take the chair. I'm in a conflict on this one. We had a delegation from Porchlight as a delegation, and my son works for Porchlight.
Okay, so I'm going to give you some choices. We can either do this report or we can talk about the mayor. Which do you want to do? It's kind of late. Okay, so minor amendments to housing, minor incentive, minor amendments to the housing incentives policy. If I have someone bring this forward, please. Thanks. Would you like to speak to it? Just put your microphone on, please.
That will help, yes. These are minor amendments. They relate to the housing incentive policies. There are 4 changes. They basically deal with the fact that the housing market has changed over the last few years. And I think, Mr. Chair, what I'll do is I'll ask the administration just to very briefly outline the minor amendments.
Thank you for that. And thanks for seconding it. And I think Ms. Harlock, it's up to you now.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, I'll actually ask Ms. Barrett to go through all of the changes that are being requested.
Thank you, Ms. Barrett.
Through you, Mr. Chair. The amendments to the policy are minor amendments, as the report suggests, and they are to address really 4 areas of the policy. So the uptake in the city's incentives program for affordable homeownership units, a softening real estate market, and feedback that we received from both private sector and nonprofit housing providers. The proposed amendments will refine our existing incentives program, so they are not proposing new incentives nor removing incentives that exist. And overall, the goal is to continue to support the development of new affordable rental housing. I will also note that there was an amendment made at the Housing Commission on May 5th, and that was to address what we previously had when amendments were made in 2015, which was a hard cutoff for any applications that were to be grandfathered. So the amendment that was made is that building permits for applications that had been received and conditionally approved must be applied for by October 31st of this year in order to receive a 5-year tax exemption upon completion. But we would address this through a prorated amendment. So that would mean that an occupancy permit, which would be received at the end of a building's construction, if received by October 31st of 2019, would receive before October 31st of 2019, would receive the full 5-year abatement. if it were received after October 31st of 2019, it would receive a 4-year abatement, and it would be prorated thereon out. So this gives some flexibility to developers that they would not be cut off entirely from an exemption, but it would be prorated based on their completion.
Good, thanks very much.
Thank you. I would only add to that that the purpose of the change introduced at the Housing Commission was to make sure that applications caught in the system were prejudiced by the change. That's all I have to say about that. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else would like to speak? No, thank you. All good? Call a question. All in favor? Opposed? There are none. And I think the mayor can come back in now.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell, for that. We'll move on to our next report, which is Planning Commission. Councillor O'Donnell.
Thanks very much. This is the discretionary use application of planned group of dwellings. The address is 2715 Narcisse Drive. Seconder, please.
Seconder. Councillor Flagel.
Thanks very much. So what this is 52 units, lots of parking and so on. But I'm going to identify two concerns that were addressed. One, in the overall plan from the very beginning, this was supposed to be multi-use housing. It was not meant to be a park. In fact, there is a park, a massive park, 2 blocks from this facility. And so Planning Commission, while we heard that complaint, it was not valid in our opinion. And second of all, there was a complaint about the closeness on the south side to the next set of existing buildings. In fact, the easement is in fact greater than what is normal. We would seek concurrence, please.
Thank you for that. Councillor Flagel.
Thanks. Another phase of Hawkstone is in the works. Can you let me know what was the housing development that was supposed to go forward in, I think it was 2013?
Ms. Harlock.
Through your worship, in 2013, a discretionary use application was approved to allow for 160 units, covering the entire site, not just the 2/3 of the southern portion.
160 units?
Yes.
Oh, wow, I didn't realize it was that big. I missed that part. And now we're going to go to 54 units, is this correct? 52 units.
Ms. Harlock.
Through you, yes, your worship.
And could you also just tell me, what's the maximum height you can build a property in a residential area?
Ms. Harlock.
Through your worship, I'll ask Mr. Searle to answer that.
Mr. Searle.
Your worship, the maximum height for this area would be 11 meters in height.
Okay, thank you. And I notice on here, just for people so that they know, the maximum is 11 meters, but the actual proposed is 8.72 meters. So we're talking like almost a quarter shorter than what a normal 2-story house would be in the area. Is that correct?
Mr. Searle.
Your worship, the buildings proposed in the development are correctly stated at 8.72 meters, which would be about 2 stories.
Perfect. Thank you. No, this is good. I mean, unfortunately, this is going to stop all discussions about running Rochdale through to Albert Street, but the comments and displeasure will never go away. But adding to that is we've got Argyle Street opening up, and also to Councillor O'Donnell's comment about a huge, massive park in Hawkstone. I've been told by the developer, and it's possibly there should be a park just as you cross the pipeline on Argyle Street on the east side, prior to hitting Rochdale, because there's supposed to be some commercial there. So for the people that are sort of in that southwest quadrant of Hawkstone, there'll be a small pocket park and that huge park, and it is a great park. I've gone through there a few times. I'm good with all this stuff because it's finally going to bring that land and put something in there. It's going to allow for better transit for everybody. There's going to be more things going on. Do we know what the use is going to be? Is this going to be rental, condo?
Ms. Harlock.
Your worship, I'll ask Mr. Searle to answer that.
Mr. Searle.
Your Worship, my understanding is this is a rental accommodation.
Okay. And they've exceeded the parking, I noticed as well, because there's 105 parking stalls. So that's good. I'm good with all this, and I think it's going to be good to build out, and it will get rid of a piece of dirt that everybody's looking at. So thanks very much.
Thank you, Councillor Flagel. Other speakers to the report? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Last report of the Planning Commission is a discretionary use application for the Greens and Gardner subdivision.
That's right. This is an R6 zone. It is on the Greens and Gardner. Seconder, please.
Seconder for that? Councillor Findura.
Thanks. So 176 units, and normally, so this is the crux. Normally, this would have 264 parking stalls. But what you see before you is a request for 238. So this developer has built a number of these there's 4 buildings within this plan. And they've done this a few times before, and we have asked and talked about parking repeatedly. They're finding, on a general sense, that at best 70% of the parking stalls are being used in the development. They're saying if you allow us to cut back on the number of stalls, we can increase the amenities. So think a kids' play park, depending on the age of the building, or other kind of amenities that are in there. We talked about this a lot. We agree that in this area it should be done. And the reason is because there's an adjacent or very near development that is the same, and it's proven that, in fact, there's a lot of people using public transit. That's what they're telling us, as well as reduced parking. We would like to give this a shot. I think this is the way to look for the future.
Thank you for that. Discussion on the report. All those in favor? Oh, Councillor Barshani.
So I have a question through you, Your Worship. So in regards to the parking stalls, because I know that in that area there is, right now in the corner, there's a massive kind of big apartment, and I know the parking is short in that, and that was one of the things that I heard when I was knocking on doors. So, and this is just adjacent to it, but I guess the concern that I have is that usually in high-density housing, there is a shortage of parking. There is, usually people will have 2 vehicles, some seniors may not, but I guess the question that raises me, I support amenities, I get that, but that also should be in the developer's plan. So it should be parking plus amenities. So I have a concern with losing parking stalls, because I know that usually parking is at a premium. So just my thoughts.
Thank you, Councillor Barshani. Other speakers? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. We'll move on to information reports. This is Mayor's Housing Commission, the Comprehensive Housing Strategy Annual Update for 2016. Councillor Hawkins, would you mind?
Thank you, Your Worship. This report, this is a receive and file. If I get a seconder for that.
Seconder for the report, please. Councillor O'Donnell.
This report takes up the last 100 pages of 900 pages that Council has dealt with this evening. We have a comprehensive housing strategy approved April 29, 2013, and then a housing strategy implementation plan. Since approval, 10 of the 11 short-term strategies, 7 of the 21 medium-term strategies, and 1 of the 3 long-term strategies have already been started. Each year, the Mayor's Housing Commission gets a report on the progress that's being made. This is the report. The information is there for people to read. I would just point out one thing. There's a summary of housing statistics in the middle of the report, and a good deal of other statistical housing information contained in as well that people can refer to when they're dealing with housing policy. So I'd ask that this be received and filed.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Discussion or debate on this report? I want to thank the administration for the annual report they bring back to us. Very comprehensive and well done and easily understood. Provides our commission with a lot of good information that brings debate on throughout the year. Call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. We are on to the last report, which is a bylaw. Actually, it should be 2017-16, not 20, as described in the agenda. And this is third reading only. Councillor O'Donnell.
I move, seconded by Councillor Bashani, that bylaw number 2017-16 be read a third time.
All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. Move adjournment, Councillor Bryce, seconder. Councillor Messinelli, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you very much, everyone, and have a great evening, what's left of it.